Hello, good evening, everyone. Who is ready for, I guess, more story? Because I guess I started reading it last stream, and I kind of want to like finish it. You know, and unexpectedly, each note is pretty long, so it might take us a while. Like, where did we leave off at? 80-3? Or was it 4? I think we left off at 4. But good evening, everyone. Welcome to the read along, where may or may not my voice will start dying at the end of stream because I'm reading too much. Haven't read in a very, very long time, since probably the last Limbus Company story that I read. But like, it's fine. Hope everyone's day's been well. Mine was good. I had tacos today for lunch. Let's see who's here. Hello, Laser, Stratosphere, Beetle Rope as usual. The normal chatters in chat right now. And there's Beefy, LP popping by to say hi, hello, and goodbye. Weiss, hello, Syntax and No Man. How are you? Heard Slime went big last time? I guess you can call it a win. It's not an incident, so I take that W. Hello, Coffee and Yoitz, how are you? Is Tragodia any good? I think he's pretty good. He's fun. I mean, I don't know if I'll use him that often, maybe for a bit and then I'll stop. But definitely situational for me at least. But depends on how fun he is. But also I kind of forgot to like work on Miss Christine's masteries, unfortunately. So let's just deal with that right now. But I mean, what else can I do? Yeah, this one here. Do I have any like level 2s? I mean, I guess I can do like logos here maybe, but I mean, it doesn't really matter because I don't really log in that often, right? So, I mean, you know, let's just throw logos in. Let's just throw them in and then we can work on this. There we go, Miss Christine, you can do your thing. 11 hours, that's perfectly fine. There we go. Kind of did a bit of a farming today with my sanity, which is why you see my sanity not capped. Are you proud of me? I mean, I was on the game, I was like preparing, I was like, might as well, since I have a bit of sanity left that's not capped, right? So proud. Thank you, Beetle Rope. Much appreciated. So, how did everyone else's pulls go if you didn't pull when I pulled? I mean, I would assume everyone pulled on the first day, honestly speaking. So, yeah. But your base drones are? Okay, we don't talk about the base drones. Like, I rarely use those. Like, genuinely. Tomorrow your Tragodia will be M9? So fast. But fair enough, if you're keeping up with the trainings and whatnot. So, free LMD. It's okay, I have a lot of LMD to spare. And I don't use up that much every single time, so it's fine. Miss Christine M6 incoming. That's me. Hello, Dreadful. How are you? Those extra battle records. I have enough, guys! Look at this! I have like 9.4k of these, 14.6k of these, 2.5k of these. I mean, it's not much, but it's enough for me to at least E2 any new operators that I want immediately. So yeah, you can never have enough. Guys, it will be the end of the world if I decide to level my account. Like, level up the catalogs, I mean. Listen! I'm not gonna do it that often, okay? Gee. Donate LMD to you? The slime does not donate. No LMD for you. I'm sorry. But the slime would like to keep her LMD for herself for future uses. In the words of the RJ the raccoon from Over the Hedge, enough is never enough. Oh dear. Okay, so how many of you have read the story already? Unless you guys were reading along with me last stream, then fine, then we'll just continue off of that. But just to recap what happened, lots of sussy things are happening on set. So we have the director, Greta girl, and also the Steven guy. And they're filming the death of Lady DuPont or something like that. But then all of a sudden, people start dying mysteriously. And lo and behold, we find another hidden secret plan or whatever by Greta that she wants to film a catastrophe up close for some reason. But, I mean, we're still kind of in the unknown right now because we don't really know exactly who done it with all the murders. So it was Dalton who died, and then Shelley died, and then... Actually, so far, it's only been those two, right? Or am I missing someone? Yeah, those two for now. So, I mean, no one's questioning it. And all this relates to an incident from 5 years ago, supposedly. So, yeah. You read half. Too busy. Slimebuss and Uma Musume. Fair enough, fair enough. Read the summaries only. Is this Hollywood? Essentially Terra version of Hollywood, Rankwood, or like the setting, but then they're on a plate that's moving towards a catastrophe. So, yeah. December 11th for a lazy altar, Yuko? Oh, okay. Oh boy. It's okay. I might be ready, I might not be ready. It's fine. It's daijobu. I still have my arundums. It's just my yellow tickets that are kind of like sad. It's okay. Once December rolls around, the gold certificate shop will reset and then I can buy the monthly tickets. Then I can replenish my stock there. Yeah, I think I finished off at 80-3 because I finished all the stage. I read these two and then I skipped the stories for these because I wanted to complete all the stages. And then I went back to 80-1, and I think we stopped at 80-3. So I think now we're on 80-4, before and after. So we can start, like, reading this. So yeah. Didn't think the movie stuff would throw hands with film rolls. Oh, is this in the past now? Hello, howdy, how are you? So, yeah, this is the past. So, the backstory to the 5 years ago incident was that there was a up-and-coming new rookie star who... I don't know whether I don't remember whether they mentioned she was good or not, but, like... Apparently she was really demanding and whatnot, and everyone kind of started hating on her and started, like, harassing her to the point where the incident happened, right? Or it was Dalton who instigated it. Well, started the whole harassment campaign or whatever, right? So I think we're gonna get a bit of insight to what exactly happened at this time. So, Mr. Dalton, you really got that extra scene for me. And it's a wire stunt to boot? They say she was overbearing, but so far Laura sounded normal. Like, to me, like, maybe she was just like an eager rookie. Maybe she was eager to get, like, hands-on experience just to learn about, like, the film set and whatnot. I mean, that's not bad per se, but maybe... I don't know, maybe people didn't like her attitude around that. Isn't the say? Oh, you mean the dialogue? Wait, you want to read the dialogue? I'm reading this out loud to you guys, though. You want me to take it off? You like it though? It's so fluffy. I know it's fluffy. Hello, June. How are you? How did you get Director Quay to agree so easily when he wouldn't budge when I asked him? Influence. Oh wait, right. Greta's full name is like Greta Quay or something? Because they said Director Quay. Greta personally recruited me as lead actor. Steven wouldn't dare turn down my requests. This is my first time in a wire rig. I'll never forget this opportunity you gave me. Okay, I have to go prepare now. Little did she know that she'll be suspended for like 6 to 7 hours, which is crazy. Sure, go on. You know, I've seen people like do dubbings and whatnot for Arknights, but I can't imagine how long it would take. But then I think voicing these lines would be kind of fun with like more people around. Because I don't know, you're just hearing the same voice over and over again. Now you're acting all humble? Might have even fooled me. If I didn't already know, you were trying to get Steven to mess with my role behind my back. First time in a wire rig, huh? Good to hear. Rookies should know their places. Now you'll be a good sport and take it, right? Even if you're left hanging for hours? Like, who started spreading these rumors about Laura? Trying to, like, ruin his thing. I don't know. Like, someone must have instigated this incident to happen. But we'll find out in due time. Also, I kind of forgot to read this part. What is this? Shelly, I just got another scene and I need the wire rig. Can you prepare for me? And Shelly says no. Yuuko VAR. Ruthless showbiz story, for real. Hello, Choo Choo, how are you? Did you read the story already? I mean, I remember your last stream you were, like, recommending it to me, but... Stay tuned. Shelly knows Shirley. Hello, Dorothy. No, it's not close to bedtime, but sure, I'll read it to you. I know you're passionate about acting, but how many extra scenes is this now? Do you even realize how much you've screwed with the schedule I made for the entire crew? Oh, right. And so, mentioned last stream in the story, Shelly... We found out that Shelly kind of hated Laura as well, because it seemed like Shelly was the type to, like... She wanted to be on top of things, on schedule, but then, like, Laura kind of screwed things up, and she kind of hated her for that, I guess. So... yeah, essentially everyone hates Laura. Everyone hates, like, the newbie. Do you even feel an ounce of guilt, princess? I'm not changing the entire schedule again because of you. This crew doesn't revolve around you. I'm sorry, Shelly. I'm not trying to increase your workload, honest. But Mr. Dalton said the director signed off on it. Dalton did? ... Alright then. Thanks, Shelly. He was just telling me how you have no respect for your seniors in the field. No way did he do this out of pure kindness. Shelly knows what's up. She got the gut feeling that Dalton's up to no good, but she will willingly turn a blind eye to it. The wire rig, huh? In which why the incident happened was because Shelly did not double check the equipment. And it failed. Laura's situation is insane. Penguin Zero or Charlie in the thumbnail. Hello, Laura. You look wonderful today. Not many actors would be so happy to do an aerial stunt. Well, I've never been so excited. This scene will be the only one in the movie that belongs entirely to me. I want to knock it out of the ballpark. Well, aren't you just adorable? Right, this guy's kind of creepy, right? Yeah, I didn't like... I was like, ooh, he kind of cute, but then his personality is like absolutely trash. Scum. So many accomplices, right? We don't know who done it though. Who's the main culprit? Honestly, like, I feel like everything wants to point to Michael, but like, maybe it's not him. Surely, at this point, I'm more willing to believe like the cliche will happen and it's the director's fault. It's Greta's whole plan. Because she wants to make a murder mystery or something. Everyone's in on it. Try not to get hurt, though. And if you're tired, you can always come find me in my room. I'll be there all night. Ugh. Oh, Marianne, have you come to touch up Michael's, makeup? ... You know, I still don't understand why they're together. Like, it's kinda... It's kinda... like... briefly mentioned, sorta, like, hinted. But... I have to go prepare. See you later. Whoa! Whoa, 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 whoa! Two-faced green TB? Not... That's crazy. Well, I mean, you know what? Okay. You know, I feel like if I say something, it'll get me into hot water, but like, still. Damn, girl! She got the moo-moo fit. Don't be angry with me, Mari. What if she's like the jealous, like, yandere type? Like, that's why she's still with him? Because of his looks? I don't know. They fit each other. I look away for one moment and you're flirting with another woman. Are you tired of me already? Oh, she's that type. Okay. Toxicity. Toxic relationship. You've been making eyes at her on set too. If you like younger women that much, how about you let her do your makeup from now on? That's what they all say. Please, babe, I'm serious about you. I won't talk to her from now on, I swear. And then he texts her secretly or something. You swear? I swear. Well, how many times have you sworn that you would not talk to other girls? She does not believe this man. I'm familiar with your vices by now, but this is an important time for your career. Don't screw it up and let me down. That Laura girl is a loudmouth show-off. I'm sure she's up to something. You can do better. So, like, at this point, like, everyone has their own opinions and thoughts of poor Laura. Like, they just don't like her vibe and just make things up, sort of. And then they share that with others, and others are like, oh, okay, she must be like that. I trust my colleagues' words because I'm not friends with this newbie. Everyone hates Laura, for real, for real. Keep your distance from her. No talking to her, no physical contact. Even if she's dying right in front of you, that's none of your business. Got it? Man, the foreshadowing, but we already know what's going to happen. Babe? You can tell from Marianne's eyes that she is not joking. You know what? What if she's yandere? That sounds very, very yandere-esque. But like borderline? Alright, I promise. That's so true. Marianne setting off the red flag. It's still not my turn? What's going on? There's something on Mr. Dalton's end, and everyone's on set's gone over. No one's giving orders now. Look, we even got that rookie still hanging up there. Oh, poor thing. You never struck me as the compassionate type. Trying to get her in bed? Yikes. Hey, you know me. Let me go check up on our poor little beauty. My guy literally promised his girlfriend to not even, like, check up on her, but, like, okay. I promised Mari this morning that I wouldn't approach her, but... we never said anything about her coming to me, right? Oh, wait a second. What if he fiddled around with the rig and then caused it to loosen or whatever and then make it fall? Maybe it was Michael all along. Hello, Berlioz. How are you? Michael looks up and sees Laura's slender frame hanging in midair. Her dripping sweat has formed a small puddle on the floor. Oh, that's... She is tired, but her eyes remain strong, stinging Michael's frivolous heart. The wire rig is creaking. From experience, Michael can tell that can tell there is something wrong with it. However, all the better for me, yeah? She'll call for help once she realizes something's not right. I'll be her hero and have the perfect excuse to have a little... What is this? All without breaking my promise to Mari. And why is this guy so thirsty? The hell? Ew. I'll let her hang a little longer. God, everyone here is just as guilty for Laura's death. That's crazy. Why aren't you calling for help, Laura? I'm right here, you know. It's been hours, and the rope's sounding increasingly off. Where did this equipment even come from? How could it be so ancient? You know, Michael, like... You should be concerned about equipment that stuff, like... Fair enough, but also, maybe get someone to check on that? Listen? Oh, so that's what it means, Weiss. Okay. Is that a crack around the belt? She has to have noticed that. No, I have to tell her. I have to. He walks forward, stepping in the puddle of sweat. The heat of the limelight is causing Laura to become dehydrated. Oh, she's even under a light, too? That's so bad! Michael will never understand her determination, her passion. It is as though she is denying everything he is. You know what they say, safety first on set, guys. Ahem. Michael turns around to find Marion standing in the far corner, gazing at him and the exhausted actress with cold eyes. Even if she's dying right in front of you, that's none of your business. Got it? Michael strokes his orange ears and stops in his tracks. Well, it really is none of my business if she chooses to suffer. Bystander and also neglect and also... Wow, that's crazy. That's your first lesson, Laura. Never be too serious. Always put yourself first, even if you have to hurt others. That's the most important thing. Creak, creak. The rope above his head is being stretched to its limits. That's true, though, Beetle Rope, but also, at what cost? Like... Well, it's technically not murder. Like, he just stood there. Like, he could have saved her. Because he was literally right under her. You're still not going to call for help? Oh, they just... Oh, there we go. Snap. Yikes. Oh, okay. I think we're back in the present. Michael having nightmare flashbacks. It's like, I don't know, man. Like, Girly Pop just died right in front of you. He was the closest one. Yeah, he's just as guilty. Bystanders are still guilty. Like, Marion hated her, instigated or convinced Michael to not do anything, and then Michael has the mindset of like, oh, if she said so, then I might as well listen. Like, not my problem. And also, like, being a rookie, everyone hates you. Like, I don't know, this sucks to be you. That's so... I want to say the word, but, like, I don't want to swear on stream. Michael? What's going on? What were you thinking about? I came with you to the makeup room for an explanation, not to watch you melt down. What did Moira mean when you said you wanted to leave the plate? I've sweared before by accident! I don't mean to swear actively on stream. We have to get out of here, babe. Yeah, so much passion for stuff while everyone else just wanted to take it easy and stay in their comfort zone, thus hated her. Yeah, seems like it. Announcement. Victoria's famous Crimson Crimson Trope is here in Daremont for 3 days. Don't miss it. Tickets are first come, first serve. Okay, are we back in the past now? Feels like it. Because we're in the timeline of, like, the trope is no longer active. at the current timeline that we're in right now. But then Phantom's kind of looking for peeps. So... Trope leader. It's the first time you've left the castle and traveled so far with the trope, isn't it? Mm-hmm. Are you nervous? I'm fine, Master. The others are playing the leads. I'm just a very minor role, watching from the side in most of my scenes. When the true performance unfolds before your eyes, it is not easy to resist the urge to run. You've learned another lesson today, child. Hello, Yori. How are you? Police statement on the Dermont case. At this time, there is no evidence linking the case to the Crimson Trope which passed through this area recently. The police has established a special task force to investigate. Something happened! Aspirin, Lupicarn, Lithanian. Oop. Claps. Splendid performance. We are just jumping timelines here! You finally made a breakthrough after your first performance as the lead. The tiny black crystals on your neck is almost perfectly hidden. The audience sees only the glamorous star, not the infected approaching death one step at a time. 120 pulls, 2 Jolas? Rip. It's okay. You get more potentials for him, right? Your performance is increasingly mature and your songs move the passions. There is virtually no stiffness, no pretentiousness. Are you complimenting me? Of course. Are you not going, or do you want to stay and take in the aftertaste of the stage? Aftertaste? You mean the taste of blood? No. Innocent child, excuse me, mister. Please let me through. I want to go home. I think the Crimson Trope can take her in. Take her in? She doesn't know that her home is gone. She doesn't know that some of the people before her still have her family's blood on them. That is what we call a fateful encounter, is it not? As it was with you and the trope. Perhaps you should teach her yourself. Teach her how to blend in, how to embrace a new life, how to walk the path that you have. The show goes on even once we've left the stage. Ah, you remember what I said? Yes, there is no drama like life. There's always drama in life, guys. The aesthetics of destiny are never bound by any medium. Mister? Oh, Shalem's here. What do you think, Lucian? Have you decided? You're in a position to make a choice now, aren't you? Okay, where are we now? Back with Phantom and the lovely, elegant Miss Christine. Are you awake? What's the matter? The bitterness of your obsession, your emotions. A challenge to the palate? I wouldn't say that, but your flashbacks have become increasingly frequent since we came to this plate. That means we're getting closer to him. You noticed the strangeness of that coordinator, as did you. Unfortunately, she was visited by tragedy before I could extract any more clues. You used that camera assistant to break the news of the catastrophe? It was too much of a coincidence for that document to show up when it did, the way it did. When one's been in enough plays, it's not hard to realize that such an obvious clue is bound to be a trigger. Oh, okay. So whoever's behind this is dropping hints and clues or maybe Lucian here to pick up, or anyone else to pick up, and then piece together the clues, and maybe something will happen. Dalton's death was only the beginning. The plot devices have been set, and their developments foreshadowed. The curtain has been raised, and it cannot be lowered again. And the author will not appear until the story reaches the climax. Only then can I kill him. Be careful, Lucian. I know. What I mean is, be careful of yourself. As I said, your emotions are filled with the bitterness of obsession. It's a dangerous thing. Who else is tied to obsession? A certain fish from another game. Well, not really fish, but, you know, blind obsession, you know? I apologize, Miss Christine. You will not have to endure it for long. Miss Christine is like, I don't want this trashy meal. Like, hurry it up, Lucian. Figure your stuff out. We're back with Tippy and Moira. Last night wasn't the first time Michael's come looking for you, was it? You haven't been in Rankwood for long, and you're certainly not the type who would have meddled with something so far outside your scope of your duties, if he hadn't been pestering you. He came to me the day after Dalton died, and I took over the prop team. He wanted to leave without going through the normal process, and without anyone noticing. Without, like, telling Miss Stone or going through the contract cancellation and exit procedures? But he's the lead actor. Someone was bound to find out, and he'd have to pay the contract penalty anyway. Unless something here scared him more than paying the penalty. Oh, the past is catching up to him. He said since the prop team had access to all the tools and was familiar with the structure of the plate, he wondered if I could. If you could think of a way. Yeah. I mean, I'm sure you could, but Michael's not done with his scenes yet. If he really got away and Miss Stone found out you helped him, she wouldn't let you off the hook easy. She could even end your career in Rankwood. What would your sister think? My sister. Didn't you say the rest of your family was against you coming to Rankwood, and she was the only one who cheered you on? You have to make it, and not just prove your family wrong. I just don't want to disappoint my sister. I want her to be happy for me. So don't be mad, Tippy. Please? I'm just mad that you were hiding stuff from me. Isn't the murder still on the loose? Yes. I mean, we're still in the early stages. We're halfway through the story right now. I know you'd never agreed to Michael's demands. You just didn't know how to refuse him. I can help with that. Alright, Tippy. I've never seen you so angry. Because Tippy doesn't like Michael. Shall we watch a movie together? The only way to calm Tippy down, watching horror movies. Sure. Also, by the way, I kind of tweaked my mic settings a bit, so may or may not I might sound maybe a bit low, but just let me know. You want to sneak off the plate with me? Yeah, babe. After we spend some quality time here, we can go and pack up right away. Even if that prop girl really does find a way for you to circumvent the exit procedures, how do you expect to avoid the penalty for breaching your contract? Konnichiwa! Hello! How are you? Shooting isn't over yet, and you know Greta. She will make you pay an arm and a leg. Or your life. Who cares about some stupid contract when there's a killer on the loose? Even Michael believes it. Dalton's dead, Shelly's dead. How long do you think it'll be before you and I are next? We both watched and did nothing when Laura died 5 years ago. Whether the killer is her lover, her dad, or some self-righteous vigilante, He's clearly after everyone who was involved. You know, at least... Okay, Michael is concerned, worried. At least he has some conscience about, you know, the incident that happened. But I think it only happened after people started dying. But, like, what about this girly pop here? Does she have any thoughts about it? Like, Michael's ready to just, like, hop off ship just to save his skin here. He wants us to repent and pay for what we did. For being bystanders. I can take you away from this awful place, babe. We have our whole future ahead of us. Huh, how romantic of you. But since when has your love been so deep? What? So even when you were winking at Melanie, flirting with Anna from the stage design, and Mila from logistics... Oops. You're telling me you were seriously thinking about spending the rest of your life with me? Does that matter right now? You know, the fact that he still considers asking, like, sorry, I forgot her name already. Marianne to leave with him off the plate. I don't know, says a lot. He still cares about her. He's willing to leave the plate with her. Of course it does. I'm not going, Michael. And neither are you. You know, honestly, Marianne's setting the both of them up for death here. Like, 07, it's over. You know how hard it was to get you a lead role in one of Greta's films? And not just one, but 3 at once. Play this right and you'll become a bona fide Rankwood movie star. There will be another chance. Look at me, Michael. Your costume in The Death of the Lady DuPont is even more exquisite and eye-catching than Melanie's, the title character. Your perfume, what you wore to Fashion Week, I bought all of that with my own money. Even those fake ears and tails that let you pass as a Volpo came from me. Hold up a second. No way! Those ears are fake? He's not an actual Volpo fox or whatever? Wait, what is he then? What is he? Wait a second. It's a lie. Okay, guys, let's take a gamble. Let's take a guess at what species Michael is. If he's not a Volpo, according to Marianne. Hold up a second. He literally said, your perfume, what you wore to Fashion Week, I bought all of that with my own money. Even those fake ears and tails that let you pass as a Volpo came from me. Bro's a para or feline? He's a rat. Maybe. But then how would he hide his ears? Or maybe it's like on top of his current ears? I'm kind of curious to see how that would look like, but okay, let's continue. Sarcasm would be funny. Without me, the public will find out that this Michael product suddenly doesn't seem so shiny anymore. We've been together for 5 years. I gave up everything for you. I've spent so much of my savings, and I'm not getting any younger. I can't afford to wait for another chance. Roast the Mati cluster. How old is Marianne? She looks very young, but I don't know. We could be completely wrong here. I love you, Michael, so don't let me down. Is that really love? That, like, she's very controlling, guys. I don't know. It could be really, really bad. You love me? You were glad when Melanie publicly revealed our relationship the day Dalton died, weren't you? To everyone else, I'm a troublemaking playboy, while you're the poor, suffering girlfriend who gave everything only to get nothing in return but mockery. How very sympathetic, huh? What part of that is a lie? You said it yourself. You're just investing in a product. investment costs money. Yeah, she literally called him a product, which is kind of like already a red flag. Like, yikes. The both of them are kind of toxic in their own ways, but I don't know who's worse in this scenario, so I'll leave that judgment to you guys, chat. You have invested in Dalton instead. Wouldn't you? If he had become a hopeless drunk. Whatever guy makes the most money. The one that she sees potential in. You're just a parasite looking for a host, Marianne. They're having a breakdown now, damn. This is stupid, and I'm stupid too. Well, I guess that's it for us. You can stay if you want. I'm out of here. Are they breaking up? Oh, and here's a tip. If you're looking for your next investment, try that pretty boy, Lucian. He caught the entire crew's attention his first time in front of a camera. He's the real deal. The moment you walk out of here, I'm reporting you to Greta. Cold-hearted lunatic, are you not afraid of the killer? And why should I be? 5 years ago, I didn't even know why Laura fell to her death until later. You're the one who watched and did nothing, not me. She's like, it's not my fault, but girl, you told him, like, if it looks like she's dying, I swear to God, don't do anything. Damn. She's just like passing off the blame. What are you looking at, Michael? Rage overcomes the Volpo like a tidal wave. He sees a fire axe in the corner of the makeup room and clenches his fist. He's probably thinking back to what she told him, like, in the past. And he's like, are you for real right now? Damn. Michael, don't do it. Don't do the thing. He's thinking about it. Anyway, we're in a different set now. Why would they go down into the power deck? Sure, there were mannequins all over the surface. But there had to have been a better plan, right, Molly? They are watching horror movies right now, I'm pretty sure. Crazy meets crazy, they made for each other. True. There's nowhere to run from the Wraith in the tight spaces of Nomadic City's underground structure. In the end, it found them one by one and hung them from the ducts to await a slow death in the endless darkness. I went to one of the cast's interview, and they said it was inspired by the rituals of certain Colombian wasteland tribes. Something about atonement and judgment. What is this for, like, themes and foreshadowing here, guys? I don't know, but sure. Well, how they got there was kind of dumb, but I did like the segment in the power deck. Why? Because it was all shot on location. Rumor has it that they ran out of cash, so they snuck into another film studio plate and finished the shooting there. Exciting, right? Wait, but I've seen this movie in theaters. Why don't I remember any of these scenes? Because we're watching a copy of the original reel that was sent to the ratings agency. How did you even get your hands on something like that? She got the OG copies. It's like a basic skill for a true horror fan. I don't think that's how it works. Or maybe she's like a hardcore collector of horror films. Then maybe that would explain it. You're hiding something, Tippy. You know so much about the industry and all the ins and outs of Rankwood. How does a background painter get so much insider knowledge? How can you do this to me, Molly? I share my super secret treasure with you, hoping to make you happy, and all I get is an interrogation? Sobbing. Oh, don't cry. I won't ask anymore, alright? The crocodile tears worked. What if Tippy used to be like a super famous actor, but then like retired just to become like a background painter or something? But then again, her name would be like well known, unless she went by a different name and people don't know how she looks like. I don't know. Maybe. Hey, you noticed. Sorry. There's just been so much going on with the film crew lately. I'm a little nervous. Don't worry, I'm here for you, girl. Sure you are. You sure are. You know, I don't think that she'll say this in the story, but I feel like Tippy would be the type of person to call other girls like girly pops. She gives me that vibe. I think it suits her. Feeling better now? Oh, look at that. They're just having a good time watching horror films. Yeah. Okay, listen up, Molly. No matter who I am, one thing's for sure, I'm your best friend on this crew. I don't know if I should think much about it, but like, one thing's for sure, I'm your best friend on this crew. What about, why couldn't she have just said like best friend in general? What happens when they're just outside of the crew then? Are they still friends? It's kind of sus in a way, but who knows? Maybe Tippy does mean what she means. She's a zoomer. She says that the E1 promotion ceremony is kind of mid. Oh no. So if there's a killer on the loose, I'll protect you. And if work's not going well, we can do it together. We'll make our names as Rankwood's golden horror duo, Tippy the spray painter and Moira the prop maker. And when we're really close, I'll take you to meet my family. Although I don't know if you'll be scared or surprised. Yuri? They kinda cute together, but like, platonically. Well, then I'll introduce you to my sister too. We'll share stories at Rankwood while she peels us apples. She can peel one without breaking the skin in under half a minute. I know you'll love her. That is a very specific detail, but okay. Now there's an offer I can't refuse. The old TV lights up both the darkened room and their faces, terrifying sounds echo throughout, but take nothing away from their smiles. They cuddle up against one another, fighting their fear with a much more familiar fear, and dreaming of the future of their budding friendship. It is a rare, quiet evening. Oh, where are we? Back on stage? Okay. Unlucky stagehand. Why is the set so dark? Sigh. I should have asked Moira. She's always here early, and she knows where all the switches are. The music, though. Ooh. The prop room isn't that far, is it? Have I been going around in circles? Something doesn't seem right. They mentioned something about darkness during their movie talks. Ooh, sus. Huh? Am I hearing things? Wait, what was that? That sounded like... clicking? Plopping? No, something's dripping. The sound of water dripping echoes through the empty set, as though answering Whodunit's question. But such response serves only to increase her confusion and fear. She knows there are no water pipes above her, but the sound she is hearing is definitely coming from nearby. Uh-oh. Who's there? Is this another one of those stupid pranks you'll laugh at me over drinks after work for? Come out now, and I won't hold it against you. Or don't tell me Moira's in on it too. She's just a kid. How could you make her... Ouch. Oh. Whodunit falls backwards to the ground. Only then does she realize that she is wearing a flashlight on her belt. She forgot? But she barely has time to laugh at herself before she smells a strong, sweet scent accompanied by a tang of iron. Drip, drip, drip. frightened. She stands up and turns on her flashlight. Oh. The two of them! Wait, the fire axe is in his neck, and there's a pair of scissors in her head? Oh, whoa. Oh, that's kind of, ooh, unlucky them, but also, look at that! They're tied together forever now! A breeze sways the ropes. Hanging down from them are two familiar and strangely quiet figures. His fake ears are still on, by the way. The two lovers, Michael and Marion, subject of much of the crew's gossip, have met their deaths with their backs against each other, not facing each other. Through the faint light, Whodunit sees their faces, their expressions, the way they sway through the air, and the dancing specks of dust. It is indescribably eerie and somehow sacred. She remembers what Tippy said when she joined one of her movie sessions. In the rituals of certain Colombian wasteland tribes, hanging represents both judgment of the dead and a warning for the living. Ooh. It was a foreshadowing. Under the scorching sun cracks their corpses open until all believe they deserve their punishment, until the rope can no longer bear the weight of their sin. Thump. Help! Somebody! Anybody! The unlucky stagehand runs outside. As she does, a thought flashes through her mind. What an absurd morning. Yeah, what a crazy morning, am I right? Oh, that's it. Wow. Okay, so now we have like 4 people dead now. Dalton, Shelly, Michael, and Marion. The only relevant people are Melanie, Moira, Tippy, and Greta. Lucian too, but then I don't think I'll see... We definitely won't see Tippy dying, of course, because she's an operator. I feel like maybe Moira? Maybe Moira will die. Who knows? ADST2 story. It's like Among Us with payment at the end. Payment with their life. Okay, so they lost their lead actor and their designer, I guess. Will that make a difference? No. I can imagine that Greta is going to be like, Lucian, why don't you assume the lead role here? Psst. Hey, you saw Michael and Marion's bodies too, right? Dude, don't remind me. I've been trying to forget. It was freaking terrifying. My hands are still shaking so much. I don't think I can hold the boom mic. Greta got all the film before they croaked. It means everyone gets more pay. Oh gosh. You're still worried about work? When there's an actual serial killer on set right now? So let's skedaddle? You want to run? Did you already forget how Michael and Marion ended up like that? Michael even had his suitcase right under him. I heard he'd been packed and ready to go for quite a while, even found himself a secret passage to leave through. And he still was murdered right before he left the plate. Oh, okay, so this was... I guess they were murdered right before, I guess, Michael started leaving? Maybe? Because he got his things packed, but then, you know, that happened. No way the killer's gonna let any of us leave. It's just like the plot of Jack the Liberty Ripper. Not the spin-off. The set is now his hunting ground, and any one of us could very well be his prey. I mean, Staff A and Staff B, I don't think you guys should... I don't think you should worry, because were you at the incident 5 years ago and did nothing about Laura's death? If not, then you are off the list. Amazing title. Jack confirmed to be Liburi. Okay, for the next NPC to die, I would assume it's Abner or something. Like, they have to leave the most important character last. I feel like the camera assistant might die too, but like, does he know about the incident 5 years ago? That's like something to check off. Abner, how long has it been since you inspected your chest rig? Look, there's a bunch of loose screws on your mechanical arm. One little slip and the camera's going to be shards of glass all over the floor. Wait, didn't Abner like throw his camera on the ground like last stream? And that's surviving? Thank you, Stratosphere. I have been sipping water as I read, so I think we're pretty fine here. That's true, multiple cameras, but cameras are expensive, especially the ones they use for film. Probably. If it breaks, it breaks. At least let me take a look at your camera lens then. I'm good. I'm your assistant, you know? A yappy assistant. Don't think I don't see what you're actually up to. You best stay away from me, kiddo. Dalton's death was no accident, right? The same goes for Shelley, Michael, and Marion. The guy instantly sold out Lucian last time. He just wants some info. He wants juicy gossip for the tabloids. There's no way the victims were chosen at random. All of them were involved in that incident 5 years ago. You should be working for one of those gossip rags, not behind the camera. Who said they were mutually exclusive? Reporters make more dough though. Anyway, Abner, my good man, you were there 5 years ago, right? Come on, you can tell me. Not like we'll be doing anything else today. Miss Rutherford, you have no lines in the scene. Then do you suppose I could simply stay in the room researching which exact foundation shade Lady DuPont should be wearing before she dies? That will be decided after we finish the climactic scenes at the end, which are still... I'm sorry. Ah, so that god of yours is running tardy. But I'm in no mood to blame your god right now, my dear. Were we not so far from the city, a major incident like this would have Rankwood police locking down the plate and crawling all over our set. And naturally the shooting would be suspended. That's why they're doing it on this plate, because they can't get the police involved, obviously. Wait, what did they do with the bodies then? I mean, they're kind of far. Maybe they're on the plate moving. I mean, the first body was like transported out, but now there's no convenient modes of transportation off the plate, so... Not to say that our current situation is any better. Stephen, I'm starting to worry that my investment in this project will come to nothing. How much do you or Greta know about what's transpired these past few days that I don't? Immersive props. You know, just watch this end and like everyone is alive again. Or what if this is a play this entire time? Oh, this is where you two were. So where's the producer? Greta owes us an explanation. There she is. Whispers abound. Gossip permeates the set with not a single soul at work. 3 homicides, 4 victims. The spate of murders has everyone overcome with fear, anger, confusion, and shock. The whole film crew is on the verge of losing control. Is it Greta? Maybe Greta. Maybe she's influenced by the script or something like that. Something's controlling her heart's desires. The clamor sends even her own heart into a mess. She hates the feeling. Oh? Greta struts right into the center of the studio. and switches the brightest bulb, and piercing light stuns everyone into silence, and everyone's attention fixes on her. The light bulbs. That's what we used in the event! It's Tippy for sure. Maybe Tippy is the mastermind all along. She takes a deep breath. I have some announcements to make, everyone. I never received any training as an actor, so you might have to come closer to hear me out. Okay. No mic? Oh. You'll want to check your personal Rankwood financial terminals in a few minutes. I've instructed finance to send out everyone's remaining wages. Of course, the families of Dalton, Shelley, Michael, and Marion will also receive compensation for their losses, which I will handle personally later. It's Miss Christine. She's still offended by how rude they were. That could be. Yes, the death of Lady DuPont has yet to conclude filming, and your contracts are still valid, so none of this should even be necessary, but I can count on one hand how many of you are still in the mood to work. Yeah, after all of that, I don't think anyone would be. Huh, this is so unlike you, Greta. We'd simply run into a few considerable hiccups, but this is no time to be thrown in the towel. Or has this experience made our producer lose confidence in the quality of the film? Throwing in the towel? You're overthinking it, darling. I've never once doubted my own judgment, much less considered abandoning the project. Then why are you... I'd like you to gather around for a story, everyone. Hey, kid. Me, Miss Stone? Take out your pen recorder, notebook, shorthand terminal, whatever. Then sit down and listen. What do you mean? I've seen you sneaking around with those toys, and I don't appreciate it. But feel free to record everything I'm about to say. Take it to Trimouth's Entertainment Weekly, or Rankwood Coffee Time, or Person's Magazine. I don't care. As long as you get the story out, I won't hold you accountable either. What is she gonna say? What story? The story from 5 years ago? See it as a reward, or a punishment. It doesn't matter to me. This is some forbidden knowledge that we are about to get. I take it everyone here is familiar with the Rankwood Academy Awards. Okay, maybe not. Olhayak is in chat. Hello. The Best Newcomer Award every year, countless students of film and television schools, as well as amateur film buffs, submit their entries in a bid to prove how much they understand their creations and the market. They crave for their work to be chosen, because even the lowest award still implies their film is up to the Rankwood standards. And a certain Phidia was no exception. She believed herself to be an amateur. Oh. Author? An author with both the brains and the will to realize her dreams. She was certain she would one day stand on Rankwood's red carpet, even if she had to temporarily settle for a life in a cramped rental. Are we talking about Laura now? She waited for the best story and the very best partners. Then she put together a crew and brought that story to life. Submitted it. Wait, or is that maybe Greta? Never mind, it might be Greta. But this no-name newcomer craves success too much. Not to mention the pressure of living up to expectations of her companions. As the voting period was ending, her obsession intensified along with her doubts about the quality of the work she had submitted. She could not rationalize her strange thoughts. She begged both friends and family and raised a large sum. Large for her then, at least, before knocking on the judge's doors. Bribing. Why does this sound so familiar? On the very day of the Academy Awards, the committee publicized what the Phidia had done, and in doing proved Rankwood's professionalism and purity to the whole of Terra. And so she was disqualified. Her crew cut all ties with her, and she lost everything she had. Now I remember. What do you remember? Because I don't know what's going on. It was so ironic because the Academy later revealed that the work had actually won by votes anyways. The most recognized by the jury. Afterwards, she spent a decade exhausting every option to re-enter Rankwood, and slowly made some achievement on her own. Of course, she changed her name as well. To Greta Stone. Ah, her, okay. You know, it was kind of obvious that she was talking about herself. You know when someone starts talking or telling a story, but then you sort of have like a vibe about them, you kind of understand their personality, and then you're just like, the person that they're describing very much reminds me of them. And then later on they just reveal that they're them in the story, and you're just like, ah, checks out. So Melanie, you know what an absolute fool I am. I went out of my way to provoke the fate into playing a joke on me. Fortunately, that preposterous experience has taught me one thing. I should never doubt myself. I will always believe in my own judgment and never give up on anything I attempt. You're more of a character than I took you for. The truth be told, I always thought that infallible persona of yours was just a front to intimidate others. Yeah, it looks like Greta fumbled the bag the first time. Come on, Greta. So what's the sudden backstory for? Trying to win our sympathy? Dead people in here and a catastrophe out there. You think we'd still want to put our lives on the line, just for you? After all what's happened? I know you still hold it against me, Abner. Ever since 5 years ago. How could I? I mean, I was awarded Best Cinematography that year thanks to those classic shots from that film. It's the highest honor any cinematographer could ever dream of, and you gave it to me. But what about after that? You hit the peak of your career, then fell into despair. In just 6 months, no one dared to put you behind their cameras. You used to love your cameras so much, but now you treat them like empty potato chip bags. Before you joined the crew for the death of Lady DuPont, you even lost your decade-old partner at the casino, yes? Uh-oh. He lost a gamba and sold off his camera? You hate that film from 5 years ago. You hate the shot that won you the award. And you hate me for making you keep it. You bet I do. My camera captured that Laura girl's fall, and when I saw how you reacted, I knew then and there that you had zero good intentions. Oh, whoa. They had evidence of her fall? Wait, that's even a bigger revelation. And he saw how Greta looked? What was her expression? What was she doing? Did they put it into the film? It would be crazy if they put it into the film. I warned you again and again, but you insisted on keeping that shot in the final cut. Oh, they did. Oh, that's crazy. They did. The more I think back how the jury commented on that shot's realism and shock value, the more I want to laugh. Did they just, like, hide Laura's death? Did they just sweep it under the rug? And they still presented that film? Did no one question about it? No one noticed it was real? Film is the art of creating dreams, cameras are the eyes that see dreams, and the hands that turn fantasy into reality. But you insulted that girl's memory. You insulted me. Ooh, so basically, I guess it was that scene that won him that cinematography award, but at what cost? A person's life. And that basically, you know, his pride can't take it. Now I hate this damn thing I'm holding, and I hate my work. You get it now. You really think so? Then put it down, Abner. What? I'm sorry, we've derailed. Now to get back on topic, she was somewhat passive-aggressive there. After confirming you've received your compensation, any of you may leave this production at any time. Would you rather flee this dangerous place? By all means. Scared with a serial killer and wish to find somewhere to hide? Go ahead. Feel like playing detective for whatever reason? Knock yourself out. Even if you're the murderer yourself and unwilling to give up on your vengeance, you have my blessing. We've already filmed most of the death of Lady DuPont, with only a few climactic scenes to cover in the last 2 days of our schedule. Who knows? Maybe we can even finish it with those willing to stay. As for who will work the camera, I will take Abner's place myself. Melanie? You do realize I can hardly find a last-minute stand-in for Lady DuPont herself, yes? You know I don't have a choice. I'm still counting on this film to beat Marianne. Even a catastrophe cloud can have a silver lining. Marianne retired from cinema years ago. I never understood why you're so obsessed with her. Another person with another obsession in the film industry. That's none of your business. But let me be frank, you won't get to demand special treatment as the female lead or insist on those rules of the film set you love so much once everyone has evacuated. Haha. Even. I know, I'll fix the ending by tonight. I believe in my decision to invest in the story, darling. And I believe you've collected enough inspiration over the past few days. Catastrophe draws near and death is right in front of our eyes. Surely your god loves materials like that. Again, this kind of revolves around death. Hold up. Wait a second. I think Lucian mentioned that a little while ago or something. Alright, thank you for your time, people, and I wish you well on your future endeavors. That's all for me. You know, at least she wasn't hiding anything from us. She laid out her cards. She was like, alright guys, this is the plan. If you want to leave, if you're scared, you're free to go, by all means. But the show will go on. I will film without you guys regardless. Okay, AD-5. Okay, I've been drinking a lot of water, so I am going to do a bit of a stretch and grab more water to drink. Maybe I'll get some tea too. So be right back. This is kind of getting interesting. We only have like, what? 4 more nodes left of the story. And then AD-ST3. But I think we'll have enough time to read through the story then. Okay, be right back. Hello, I'm back. Seems like you guys have been discussing. Oh, you couldn't do the last level, Xiaohu. Use the support? Fair enough, fair enough. Whatever works for you, right? Hello, back. Yes, I am back. No, I'm Slime. I'm Yuuko. Or you back. But yeah, if you guys know what happened, like, no spoilers since I am still reading the story. Okay, let's move on. So 80-5. So before and after. Before. I got my jasmine tea here. Jasmine green tea. Along with my water. Okay, so Tippy and Moira kind of find out about the death now, right? Maybe? Old Dalton's death and Shelley freezing in the cold storage were no accidents. Now Michael and Marion are dead too, in such a horrible way. Yeah, even worse than the first two, right? Where's Lucian in all of this? Where did my guy go? Where's the ever so elegant Miss Christine? I have a feeling that Michael saw this coming. Yeah, he was like the first one to be like, hey, can I leave? I want to leave right now. Is there a way to leave this place without anyone knowing, no matter what? Because he was willing to, you know, ignore the whole contract penalty thing, right? So he looked a lot more serious than usual when we met the night before the murder. He must have figured out the real reason Dalton died. Panicked and decided to get out of here, but unfortunately, yeah, the previous scene happened. But now we'll never know what he was hiding. A dead man can't say anything anymore. Maybe this all has to do with that accident 5 years ago, but what's really worrying me is that the killer's not even trying to make them look like accidents anymore. What if they're trying to tell us that until the truth is brought to light, nobody is safe? Well, I mean, first off, they're picking off the bystanders or the people who are just as guilty as causing the death of Laura. Here we go again. Oh my gosh, sorry Molly, did my babbling scare you? Don't worry, it doesn't matter if there really is, like, a crazy killer running out there. I'll protect you no matter how many of them there are. Oh, that's not it, Detective Tippy. I was just thinking about what I can do on my end. Huh? Michael's dead now, but that doesn't mean what he wanted me to do doesn't matter anymore. The killer might be planning on using the escaped Lamboats Miss Stone mentioned for their next move. So if we can figure another way out, or put together something that'll get us to the ground, or even just find an exhaust vent, we might be able to get away from this maniac hiding in the shadows and save ourselves during the climax. Molly! Tippy, you were the first person to really open up to me after I joined the crew. Even though I kept messing up and getting you into trouble, you were always there to stand up for me. When Marion would forget my name, you were ready to give her a proper reminder. You're always looking after me, comforting me, protecting me. So this time, I want to protect you too. Oh, and then they hug. The library gives a gentle hug to her most precious friend in the whole crew. Once this is all over, we're totally going to have a movie marathon at your place. 24 hours of non-stop screens paired with our favorite drinks and fried fin balls. Hold up a second. 24 hours? That's an entire day. Non-stop. I want to see what the house you grew up in looks like and meet that sister you're always bragging about. Who is her sister, I wonder? Is this someone we know? I can't think of anyone right now, but okay. There has to be some resemblance, like her ears? Whose ears would resemble hers? I don't know. What was that girl's name? I forgot. Who was a sniper. That looked like a bear, but I think these aren't bear ears, so maybe not. Ah. Fancy ladies here. You know, I just realized from the last... Like, I didn't mention this last stream, but then this stream I realized that, man, her feather hair thing is like really, really long. I thought that was part of her hat, but it's not. I'm terribly sorry to interrupt your little sorority huddle. Oh, wow, Miss Rutherford? What brings you to the prop room? Where's your assistant? Didn't you receive Greta's notice on your terminals? She's already sent out compensation to everyone and officially disbanded the crew. Whether you're scared of the killer, worried about the catastrophe, or want to stay and finish the shoot, we're all free to do as we please. So naturally, it only took a blink of an eye for that spineless assistant of mine to run off God knows where. Do as we please? Don't tell me, Miss Stone. No, none of the crew even care about the real reason all these murders are happening? Frankly, my dear, I don't give a damn, and I don't see why you should either. Surely the reasonable thing to do is escape and leave that to the police? But there's no police around until they go back. You know, I feel like Melanie might be the last one to die with that attitude. Now, I'm pretty sure there was another bear sniper. I don't know, the one that has invisibility? Who was that one? Maybe I'm just thinking about the same hair color. They both have brown hair, I think. Or as Greta said, you can leave the truth to whoever feels like playing detective. Yeah, it looks like Luna Cub. Sort of. But the ears are a bit different. So maybe not her. So why'd you come looking for us, ma'am? I'm only here for you, Tippy, the background painter. Me? I admire Greta's gumption in wanting to film a catastrophe, and this is a fine opportunity for me as well. But films cannot rely solely on natural phenomena. I know you're more passionate about cinema than most, and you must have heard how important this project is to me. Hello, pilot, how are you? See you peeking out of the corner there. So I implore you, from the bottom of my heart, to put your talent in ambience, building the color, matching to work, and paint the perfect backdrop for my grand finale. Wow. I mean, I'd totally love to, but... Go help her out, Tippy. Molly, what's with the raincoat? Are you really going exploring? Mm-hmm. Don't worry, I've been part of the prop team for ages now, and I know my way around the plate. It'll be fine. Remember what we were just talking about? This is something I need to do. Alright then. Once I'm done helping out with the backdrops, I'll come find you. Promise. You know... This is very convenient. This is like one of those movies or those scenes where it's like the person you think is innocent has a moment to disappear off screen and then more deaths happen. Like, what if Moira is the killer? I think we're on the same page here, Beetle Rope. I don't know. Like, maybe it's not Tippy, maybe it's Moira who has a vengeance for, I don't know, the film crew about 5 years ago, but who else could it be? Who would have a motive to do this? Have we had a hint before? I don't know. Oh wait, but she did mention that, like, she had an older sister of sorts. And I'm like, what if her sister is Laura? Then that would make sense. I don't know. I'm gonna stay quiet for now. So, and there's a couple of theories that we could kind of go for. Are you the killer, Choo Choo? Oh no. Reveal thyself. Once I'm done helping out with the backdrops, I'll come find you. Promise. But you know, here's the thing. The only person... Sorry, I'm like thinking about it again more. The only person to know their way around the sets and whatnot would be the prop master, right? Like, she knows how the hanging ropes, she knows the switches to the lights. It's kind of pointing to Moira now, isn't it? You may enter, Madame Stone. You know, it was me before I even opened the door. Haha, you're up against a seasoned assassin here. Yes, I have been waiting for you. But like, I don't think, at this point, I think my assumptions of Greta being the killer, the mastermind, is out of the question. But then the real boss, or probably the person who instigated this entire time, is like from the mark on the script, right? The trope leader, I think. So maybe we'll see him, because that's who Lucian is looking for, right? Your little investigation the other day forced me to reveal my plan of filming a real catastrophe to the whole crew. The timing couldn't have been worse. Abner and the rest of the crew were already unhappy with me, so I had to make some last-minute decisions. Big decisions. If I wanted to, I could sue you for the damages incurred by your act of industrial sabotage, Lucian. But I'm not going to punish my cast just to vent or assert my authority, especially when such actions would only complicate the situation. And then, more murders. The killer even stopped hiding their savagery. And everyone's losing their minds except you. You're the same as ever, cool as a cucumber, watching the crowd from a distance. I suppose I can't thank this crisis for making it clear that you have other reasons to be here. Kind of obvious, right? I've seen those videos of like pet owners putting cucumbers or zucchinis like behind their cat or by their cat, and then they just like get spooked and they jump. I find those kind of cute and funny. But none of that's important right now. The crew's been disbanded. You can leave or stay until the date specified in the contract. It's up to you. Your part in this is done anyway. Hardly. The moment you came to find me, you proved that my part in this is not done yet. I can't magic up another Lady DuPont or bring the 3 Rockefeller brothers to life. Yeah. Oops. We're running out of both time and manpower, so I need to figure out the best use of our limited resources. Lucian, I'd like you to be the lead for the rest of the film. See, what did I tell you? He was gonna ask him to be the lead actor. Because who else would there be to ask, right? Because Michael's dead. So there's literally no one else. In the middle of the night, the clickety-clack of typing echoes through the office. A despondent Perro curls up in front of his typewriter. He glances at his latest manuscript and stubs a cigarette out on it. Is it Steven? I think it's Steven. Probably Steven. Yes, it's Steven. Ending. Lady DuPont needs to die in the ending. After she elopes with the second Rockefeller, they vanish from high society and live a poetic life in the countryside. But the Rockefeller's life of affluence has left too much of a mark on him. He eventually shames Lady DuPont for her empty family name and leaves her. In despair, she slits her own throat. Too realistic. Do they really have to be punished after leaving their extravagant lives behind? This takes place back when Colombia held wealth as its highest virtue. I'm just trying to recreate it and let the audience judge for themselves. The little cigarette burn grows, spreads, and swallows the whole paper up. Stephen takes a deep breath and blows away the ashes. He didn't like his script. In the end, Lady DuPont chooses none of the Rockefellers. She had only wanted to escape her false destiny through marriage. but underestimated just how toxic love can be. We witnessed firsthand what toxic love was between Michael and Marion. The brothers, unbeknownst to each other, each plot their own revenge, and Lady DuPont is killed by 3 different schemes at the same time. Oh ho, wow. No, too lowbrow. Getting stuck in the quagmire of love, even after not choosing anyone, makes it sound like it's fate at work. But it's really just slapping in a trope that patches up the gaps. The final shot of her body being pulverized into nothing would definitely be shocking, but the setup is just too crude. The DuPont family's false crimes are being descended from Victorian nobility are finally exposed to the public. No matter how deep the Rockefeller brothers' love for her is, they cannot shield her from punishment. The only time in her life that Lady DuPont is treated as true nobility is when the real DuPont family demands the death penalty for her. It's too neat. All tied up with a bow to show off how deep and meaningful it is, but it lacks any of the madness or romance a film called The Death of Lady DuPont should have. Out of draft paper. Let me fetch some more from the filing cabinet. My guy's writing scripts after scripts, but none of them satisfy him. Whoa. Steven slips on the wad of paper he threw to the ground earlier, falling flat on his back. At least that'll get his back straight. Only now does he notice that the entire office is filled with discarded drafts. There is nowhere left for him to stand. He lies down in the midst of his abhorred ideas, covering his face with his hand as he yells in frustration. Wah. Get a Kubrickin grip, Stephen Clay. Oh, wait, no, his last name is Clay. Okay, my bad. Stone was Greta. You've been messing with the ending for 2 whole months now, and don't even have a not so nice word, half-baked scene to show for it. This is your baby. You wrote every damn line in the story. Don't tell me you don't even know what you want to write. If you need to suffer to make a classic, then this must be a goddamn masterpiece, right? You've got the time pressure of the shoot, the shock of hearing about filming a catastrophe, the fear of some maniac going around killing the crew. You got it all. Man, what more could you want? He's just yapping to himself right now. God of inspiration, my butt. That was just some stupid excuse to get Greta off your back. Your god ain't coming. You lost his fault. Effing contract details. I mean, it's not the actual word, but like, it's close to it. Who's there? Oh. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Wait. The only people that we know currently that are active around the set or the plate who aren't with someone right now are like Moira, Tippy's alone, the staff A and B, the assistant crewman, the film man. I think he's still around because Lucian and Greta are together, right? Or maybe this is a different timeline where that conversation is over and now maybe it's Lucian. But what if it's Moira? Because she was the one snooping around alone, so maybe it's her? See, okay, so we don't even get to see who it is. Okay. Alright. Okay, after. Is this 07 for Steven? No, we still need the ending script. Oh right, I forgot Melanie and Tippy were together. They got alibis. I've come up with a few initial concepts for Lady DuPont's finale. You're an expert background painter and quite versatile too. I need you to help me put together the best possible scene. Here, these are a few materials I cobbled together. Have a look. Wow, how'd you get all these art references and reference shots? Hint, ambient design philosophy. You even labeled all the details of the buildings and how the lighting would reflect off different materials. I am very invested in this now, guys. Once I start reading, I can't stop. How long have you been doing research for the scene, ma'am? A few years at this point. Time is about the only thing I have these days. It takes a lot more than reading the words off a script to make an excellent film. Director Quay is not even done fixing up the script yet, and you've already come up with so many ideas for the ending. That lad's certainly taking a sweet time with it. Yes, I believe that. Both as the leading lady of the death of Lady DuPont and its investor, I have the obligation to take responsibility for this film. As I said before, the revival of my career in Rankwood will begin once Lady DuPont gets a good, proper death. Lupicarn Holiday, the portrait of Aaron Daz, the bridge of County March, these mood reference shots are all taken from films starring Marianne Blake, aren't they? I don't know who that is, honestly, but no spoilers. Yuko is as invested as Marianne to Michael. Who's Michael to me? The story? Do you like her work? She retired long before you were born. I mean, like, my dad really loves her films. Besides, the classics are classics for a reason, right? Both her acting chops and taste in projects were impeccable. It's kind of surprising to hear you say that. I could have sworn you hated her. You know what? That Marianne person must be her Oshi. Everyone's been comparing you guys for years. Indeed, all those years. Flashback time? Flashback time! Reporter, congratulations on winning 8th Best Actress Award, Miss Blake. Ever since you started your career, you've been at least nominated for an award practically every year. The industry sees you as an insurmountable mountain for fresh new talent to try and climb. This NPC kind of looks familiar, but like, where does she... Rhine Lab? Kristen's event? Question mark? I forgot. Oh, so it was Kristen's event. Okay. But I don't exactly know what her role was, to be exact. But I think I do remember seeing her. Yeah. Okay. She a reporter. Are there any particular up-and-comers? Oh wait, no. Are there any particular up-and-comers you think we should keep an eye on? Director or something with significant pull? Oh, really? She adopted Krista and she used to work for a Maylander on top of being an actor? Really now? Interesting. Director of HR, the deadliest sector of Rhode Island? Oh, okay. Oh, wait. Oh, her name. Oh, she's Marianne. Oh, I thought she was the reporter. Okay. Oh, so this is who they're talking about. I appreciate the flattery, but I'm hardly an insurmountable mountain. I'm still climbing my way up myself. Oh, Rhinelav. Oh, my bad. I'm just like looking at the R and I'm like, roads? Immediately? There are always plenty of new faces streaming into Rankwood, brimming with talent, and it's hard for me to pick any specific name. How about Melanie Rutherford? I tip my hat to you, Miss Blake. Oh, they meet each other here. Okay. Today I received the award of Best Supporting Actress 2 years slower than it took you. she competing? Why is she doing that? I've seen all your films. As our reporter friend here said, you really are a natural-born performer. The tallest peak in Rankwood, but only for now. Give me some time, and I will overcome you. Oh, rivals! I mean, we already knew Melanie's last name for a really long time now, Junk. So... well, I'm looking forward to it. Oh, end of flashback? Or no? Oh, okay, flashback still. Newly joined assistant. Wow, Melanie and Marianne are really duking it out this scene. Time to get out the popcorn. They've been rivals for a while now, haven't they? It's like they're always racing to get the most awards. So why'd they agree to be in the same project? Shush. Did you forget everything they taught you when you joined the crew? You rude little... thing? Go apologize to Miss Rutherford now. I'm really sorry. Let's not be too harsh on the fresh meat, Melanie. Our films are built upon rules. You've been in the industry longer than I have, Miss Blake. You must have experienced why they're so important firsthand. Courtesy towards the leading lady is something we've had to fight for, role by role, film by film. It's what allowed me, a young girl from the middle of nowhere, to stand in front of you today. Without the rules, there will be no standards. How else will we know which of us is the greatest film actress of all time? Which reminds me, I still haven't congratulated you for that Best Actress award you got at Lithuanian Spire Film Festival a few days ago. That was just a small award ceremony. Meanwhile, your latest film swept every single major award in Rankwood again. I still haven't truly overcome you, Miss Blake. It's always good to have a rival, you know? You get better and better. I think that's what's happening between Melanie here with Marianne. I would like to thank everyone for coming to this press conference regarding the eternally shining star. We appreciate your care and concern during this difficult time. The rumors are true. Our film crew really did run into a catastrophe during our shoot. I was injured and am still recovering now. Oh. Oh. The film crew really did run into a catastrophe during the shoot. And now, in real time, we're heading into a catastrophe to film in front of it. And like, if this is a golden opportunity for Melanie to one-up Marianne, this is it. You didn't do Lone Trail? Were you not playing Arknights at that time, or did you skip the event, Xiaohu? Is this OST from Lone Trail? I don't remember. Thankfully, we didn't return empty-handed. We managed to hold onto some of our precious footage. But I believe this is heaven working in mysterious ways. It's trying to tell me that it's time for me to bid farewell to the silver screen and join Rhinelab, maybe. As both the lead actress to the eternally shining star and its investor, I am hereby announcing that neither the film nor my performance will be submitted for nominations for any awards. It will remain as one last gift from Marianne Blake to her Seinfeld friends and nothing more. I won't be leaving Rankwood immediately, of course, just moving into more of a behind-the-scenes role for now. But I doubt I'll be content with that for long. I'm always eager to seek new opportunities to start a new chapter of my life as Jara Booker Wilson. Oh, you're here too, Miss Rutherford. could I request a quick interview now that your rival stepped off the big screens? Your latest film will be releasing soon, and most are predicting that only you and Miss Blake will be running for this year's Best Actress at Rankwood Awards. So how do you feel about the announcement of her sudden retirement, and the withdrawal of her new movie from nominations? Does this mean I won? I mean, I don't know if you can count that as a win when your rival just steps down. After Miss Blake retired from acting, you got all those roles as brand spokeswoman and lead actress, and even got invited to be on the judging panels for big film festivals. But not long after, you suddenly left it all behind because some personal reasons. And when you came back last time, nothing was the same anymore. Retirement gave me quite the shock, and I still believed I had won fairly, through my own talent. He got no rival to go up against! I believe that I, too, could become an insurmountable mountain, and the legend of the silver screen, one that outshone even her. Honestly, like, if she was going head-to-head with, like, what was it? Marianne? Yeah. On the big screens? Like, as her rival? Getting awards back-to-back and all that? I think that's pretty impressive herself, unless she doesn't find that all too satisfying, but okay. But in the end, Rankwood's Best Actress, Melanie Rutherford, let it all go to her head, swayed by the endless praise of the critics and flattery of the sponsors, and the applause of the audience. Wealth and fame, alcohol and scandal. I lived an indecent life those few years. Yeah, tell me about it. Those tabloids have, like, zero respect for your privacy. But once I met you in person, I could tell. Maybe you've made a few mistakes here and there, but your love for acting's the real deal. No need to console me, little library. No one's more acutely aware of my failings than I am. Marianne could switch from a hardened soldier to a poor servant girl and back again at the drop of a hat. A single dress rehearsal was all she needed to figure out the ideal lighting and positions. But if I were to ever take a single day off, spend 1 hour less on studying the script, or arrive at the rehearsal 15 minutes late, my performance would fall into the gutter. A mere 2 years of living in indulgence was all it took for me to lose the skills I once picked up with ease. I disappointed both the directors and the fans. I had never realized just how much unending waves of new talent were looking up to me. I had never realized what position in entertainment Marianne had fought so hard to defend actually meant. I thought I could afford to be like her and enjoy the double delights of cinema and life. I thought there'd be no harm in having a little fun after all of those chasings and competing. It was only then I finally realized Marianne Blake was a truly infuriating genius in every sense of the term. With her final film and that chance catastrophe, Marianne received a revelation to retire from cinema, and all I could do was sigh. Even unknowable Mother Nature was on her side. But now you're a lead actress again. You've got the chance to win back everyone's trust. I mean, you're even getting to film alongside a catastrophe too. You're so positive about this, but I can't help but worry what's going to happen. You're right. I spent more than a decade piecing my self-confidence and acting skills back together. I could very well be but a single step away from the top again. Greta's offer to give me the part of Lady DuPont couldn't have come at a better time, and now, even her grand ambitions have left me a special little gift. Come to think of it, the lady is a rather fitting role for me. Surely she knows her brother is lying to her. Surely she has doubted her last name once or twice. But no, she unconsciously clings to her glamorous life, refusing to accept the mediocrity of her birth. She prays desperately that she is special, that she is talented. Melanie can relate to that. I wonder what sort of ending she faced amidst the storm. Miss Rutherford. Yes? We should watch some horror flicks together. Tippy, please. Watching horror films? Okay, maybe that can solve problems, but like, I don't know about this. Sure. Horror flicks? If you want to climb your way back to the top, you can't limit yourself to copying Miss Blake, right? Like, you've always had pretty different styles of acting. We're gonna put together a finale more powerful than the one in Yuuko-kun Holiday, and Lady DuPont's name will go down in cinema history. Ah, very well then. Also, I'm sure you know what happened between you and Miss Blake better than I do, but I bet she meant it when she said you'd surpass Marianne Blake one day. She might still think so even now. What if Marianne appeared suddenly in the story? Wouldn't that be crazy? You might be right. Oh, back in the office. Is Steven still okay? Are you real? Or just a figment of my imagination? Am I really being visited by the god of inspiration? Don't tell me I've gone crazy from working on the script. Who is it? Oh, wait! Actually the trope master now? It's him! Pink guy. Madness can transform ink on the page into sweet fruit, or allow a stiff mind to wander freely across wilderness of time and space. You cower in the corner of a dark room, forced to chase a deadline even after witnessing a string of brutal murders. Yet, for all your soul-searching and brain-racking, you have come up with the only 3 endings for Lady DuPont. Hardly the work of a madman, no? I promised Greta I'd have an ending that impressed everyone by tonight. The only people left are those insane enough to risk their lives for cinema, and they're still waiting for me. But they bet on the wrong man. Oh my guys, like, I don't have confidence in my scripts anymore. Please. Hello, say what now? How are you? Can't see his face. Could be anyone. Just swap it out with, like, someone else. The realm of art only accepts natural-born geniuses, not some dried-up piece of crap slaving away at a typewriter. The death of Lady DuPont. You already have the most captivating ending for the story, just from its title. While the shocking brilliance of her death will certainly fade after the film is copied reel after reel. But Rankwood, after all, is a factory hawking such fantasies all across Terra, is it not? You are a nation of liars, fooling even yourselves. Even the Colombian Dream was born from a promotional film for the Pioneer Project, after all. Pioneer Project? Mention? Hello? Just to be clear, I care for neither political metaphors nor realities. Only that you have deeply misunderstood the essence of performance. Drama can change lives, but it would never use such a mechanical way. But by setting death as Lady DuPont's ending, you show you still possess an intuition for drama. This guy's all about the drama, guys. Intuition? No. When I was a student, I hated dragging death into stories I wrote. I thought of it as a cheap trick, only good for plugging up holes in the plot or squeezing the right emotions out of the audience. Actually talented writers could give a film a proper climax without it. Then what changed you? A shocking memory? Or perhaps a phantom pain you cannot recall? I had the same problem 5 years ago when I was working with Greta on another project. He was there for Laura's death, right? Though I don't know what his reaction was. Doesn't seem like he cares all too much. So... She didn't mince words. She told me the back half of the script was too dull, an audience would be falling asleep. If I didn't change it, it'd bomb at the box office. So I shut myself in the office, just like I do now, pushing my mind to the brink of collapse and getting nothing out of it. If you were infected, you could have fair working conditions as a pioneer in Colombia. Wasn't it something like they were in this camp thing and bad things were happening to some of the people that were there, the pioneers? Something like that happened. I think I read a bit of Dorothy's vision. And then Laura fell and died. An opportunity straight from heaven. A perfect plot device. Just as Greta expected, the rest of the film was panned by critics, but that scene alone became an overnight sensation to the point that you started to see death as more than a cheap trick, rather as the most sincere form of expression, brimming with artistry. Yeah. See how you've had that sudden realization all that has happened on this plate should provide you with nourishment. A death while shooting. A deadly hallucination. Bodies hanging from beams. With all this to inspire you, why not write them into your story and let the same drama be performed both on and off the screen? You know, maybe it isn't the rest of the crew who kind of killed everyone here. Maybe it really is the trope master. Or maybe he's convinced someone to do it himself. Surely. Because they're still not good enough. Then what about turning away from those who have already exhausted their possibilities? What do you mean? My guy's just giving out advice. Who else in your story can ignite a spark in Lady DuPont's blossom? Who is distant enough from all the grudges and resentment, yet still be able to bring out the most drama? Lucian. As well as the best of performances. The messenger. It's the messenger who brought the bad news. He's the very trigger for Lady DuPont's new fate. Vengeance or repentance? Lady DuPont has a new choice to make, and at the same time, the messenger must contend with the consequences of intervening in another's destiny. That's it. This is the ending I wanted. Lucian, yes. I'll have Lucian be the star of the final scene. You know, Greta already asked him to be like the main cast, but I mean, maybe this is when Greta comes and asks him to be the one? You want me to become the lead actor? That's right. I can't say I understand you, but I have a feeling that even if I hadn't approached you, you would have come to me anyway. You have the most potential of any actor I've seen. The messenger doesn't have much screen time, but your performance added a complex and delicate core to a role that was originally a nothing burger. Not her using nothing burger, okay? And I'm sure that whatever your goal here is, you won't be leaving before the shoot ends. If so, why not do me a favor and help me out with this? Did Phantom get paid? Did Lucian get paid? I'll give you time to think it over. Of course, so far, it's just a thought I had, and I haven't spoken to Steven about it yet. He promised me the finished script by tonight, but honestly, I'm not optimistic. If only that god of his knocked on his door. Literally happened. I see. Changing the focus to the messenger was the only way to steer the plot towards brilliance. I can already imagine the shock on everyone's faces when they read the new ending. Well, once I'm done with it. But I see you've added a lot of direction notes for his lines. Most of them are quite detailed. How old is she? Like, Greta? I don't know, isn't she old? While you were giving me advice on my writing just now, you mentioned the quirks of Lucian's performances, and where he likes to put pauses in dialogue. You even told me which angle suits him best for close-ups to capture most of his subtle expressions. And what kind of lighting best highlights his unique character? It's like you've known him for a long, long time. Maybe even taught him. Oh, he caught on there. That is 100% true. Accurate. So how did you know all about these things about Lucian? It's not going to say anything. Oh, flashback though? Okay. Oh! Playwright! You called for me, trope leader? Come with me, playwright. The final act is underway, and as always, the entirety of the audience is enraptured by the performance on the stage. It's rare for Whiteflower to return to the stage. Will you not toast to her once the performance is over? What of Blood Diamond and Abyss? They are merely supporting roles this time. All their scenes have already concluded. The rotting stage mechanism has spread the blood of the magician's assistant and the chosen lucky audience all over the stage. Their corpses have been stuffed into prop boxes, set afloat on river to disappear forevermore. Hold up a second. Okay, so they were the ones who pioneered this, using real deaths as shock factor for their plays and whatnot. That is... that is not nice. The magician herself completes her final show as she treads on the stage, yet slick with blood. Blood Diamond and Abyss should have chiseled their way out of the boxes by now, and be on their way back to the stage for curtain call alongside Whiteflower and the magician. Should they now? And here I was thinking those two children have turned performance into reality, disappearing forevermore. As I recall, there was a new scene you added half a year ago while revising the script. During a night you claimed to have had a revelation. Leader. Come with me, playwright. The show is far from over. Making a few quick few edits to the script, I guess, maybe? He's my favorite leading man. He once left me. In the end, we shall be reunited. Ooh, what, when, where? Oops. Oh, okay, that's the end of the story. Wow, 5 was long. Okay. Time for 6. And we're 2 hours into stream right now. I think we're making good progress here, guys. A petite Zalek gropes around in the darkness as she traverses the pitch black plate layer. Oh, Moira, right? I see how it is. The structure and systems look complex, but once you figure out the theory behind it, even a prop maker can't operate it. Okay, maybe it's not Moira. Girly Pop's on her own, going through tunnels and whatnot, but okay. No, I still have time. I mean, my typical stream hours are a bit longer than this. It's only like 9 p.m. right now, so I do have time. So I think I'm gonna push to finishing this stream, and then I can just play something else tomorrow, maybe. Or even on Sunday. I think it could be short if I'm not reading out loud here, guys. Let's be real here. I can skim read this. For example, here. Adjust its direction first. You could stream longer with Vector. I think the longest stream I've done was like 6 hours or something like that. Or was it my Monster Hunter stream from like 2 years ago or something? Forgot. And then set a time, pull down the lever, open the gate, and done. Good, just like I thought. This way, I'll have nothing to worry even if something unexpected happens. Now, there's just one last thing to do. I need to go find her. Hippie? Hippie tippy? I'm sure you have reservations, Lucian. The plate's in a crisis and everybody's in danger. I wouldn't trust a cold-hearted producer who is demanding the shoot to go on either. We do not need to trust each other. You're not wrong. In my 20 years in Rankwood, I've never trusted a single person I've worked with. I only trusted in my own judgment. Until that one time when she didn't trust it, and then she kind of, you know, cheated by bribing. Wouldn't she be suspicious then? If she's the only and she's only one alone and she doesn't have an alibi? True. But like, it seems like she's in a different part of the plate. So she's far, far from the rest. But it doesn't seem like the killer has done anything yet. But I don't know. Because currently, as of right now, everyone is, except for Moira, is with someone. Like, these two are together here. We have Tippy and Melanie. And then we have Trope Leader, Shadowy Figure, and Steven. I think Yuuko did it. I haven't seen her in any of the scenes. Okay, Yuuko Slime is just somewhere, like, casually bouncing around, exploring the plate. She's just watching, as usual. I invited Melanie right when she most needed an opportunity. I saw right away at the auction that you were an acting genius. And I was sure Abner would join the crew even though he hates my guts. No, it's for the suspense, Beefy. It's for the suspense. Listen. You know what they should have done? They should have done like the Detective Conan, the shadowy figure type of sprite. So we can't tell who it is. Unfortunately, they don't do that. You know who I'm talking about, right? I even still believe that Laura's death 5 years ago was the only way to save that movie. Wait, hold up a second. Laura's death 5 years ago was the only way to save that movie, and Lucian's like, you had nothing to do with the accident, but you still made use of her death. Okay, I guess you guys don't know the Detective Conan reference that I'm mentioning then. Okay, fair enough. Detective Conan is a bit of an old show, but I don't know, it's famous enough, right? for the hidden villains before they get the reveal? She was a talented rookie, eager, hardworking, and full of passion for cinema. It's just that sometimes that enthusiasm got to her head and made her break a few rules. Steven was still green back then, and the shoot wasn't going as planned. Halfway through the project, I knew that film would burn through all my assets and leave my reputation in tatters. Still airing, you know, even new movie? Yeah, it's getting an... Wait, did the new movie come out already? I remember seeing something about that, and I'm just like, damn. They're past its 20th movie recently or something like that. Don't remember, but... I need an external factor to help me solve that crisis. Laura's death. Using the media to hype up the accident would be too predictable. Those busybodies would just sigh and forget all about it the moment they moved on. So I used a lot of money to squash the police investigations and media's attention, along with the healthy amount of hush money to Laura's family. Okay, here No, I'm choking on my... Okay, I'm choking on the tea that I'm drinking right now. See? That's why earlier I was like, why wasn't anyone talking about Laura's death? Why wasn't it being investigated? Because Greta used all of her resources to, like, shut down the investigation and hush money to Laura's family to stop them from probably suing or further investigating. It was a cover-up, yeah. I got the editor to keep the footage of the fall that Abner captured on camera and turned it into the climax of the film. That's crazy. Damn. That's sick. Even now, there are some people who still think she was just an acting genius who retired early. Yeah, so they basically hid the fact that she died, but then everyone on set knew that she died? But I mean, with that many people on set and that like really loud and noisy reporter, like there was bound to be some leakage, right? Like people gossiping? Are you sure this isn't a documentary of real Hollywood? Probably based on a real story of some sort, maybe. Kind of is. You covered up her death. Lucian's saying like what we're saying here. Yeah, it's like open secret. I immortalized her in film. Someone will eventually notice what you did. Every year, on the day of her sacrifice, I go visit her. 5 years, and I'm the only one who brings flowers to her grave. Because you're grateful that her death saved your reputation or film? Is that it? Well, then again, that was the film where she bribed judges for, what? Votes? And she got called out for it? Was it that film? Right? Do you not feel guilt? I'm certainly to blame for it, but now's not the time for repentance. Right now, there's only one thing on my mind. Finishing this film. Once the death of the Lady DuPont is screening, the murders on set are bound to get the media's attention. I'll take that chance to officially release the truth behind Laura's death. Ah, okay. You tried there, Beefy. Good job. When that time comes, there will be a lot more people grieving for her. And that's when I'll bear the blame. Get arrested? And face justice, maybe? I hope you realize that I didn't confess all that to you on a whim. You want to use the truth to make a deal. When I first met you, I thought it was fate throwing me a bone, dropping a big present on my lap before shooting started. But it was your behavior after you joined the crew that proved to me that you're no ordinary man. Dalton died right in front of you, but you kept your cool. You even looked forward to future filming. After you discovered my plans to film a catastrophe, you took the perfect opportunity to leak those plans to the camera assistant, most likely to spill them. And now with the crew officially dismissed, almost everyone is feeling desperate, except you. You were waiting in your room for me to visit, as if you're no stranger to sudden death and tragedy. Oh, you bet he is familiar with that topic. Who are you exactly, and why did you agree to join my film crew? I was enticed by your script, no more, no less. And that is the truth. He tells no lies. Sure. The way things are now, interrogating you about your history isn't going to help my shoot, but I was hoping you would repay my honesty in kind. I still believe in my vision, Lucian. No matter what I find about you, no matter how suspicious, I will never withdraw my invitation for you to be my male lead. But if you really can't explain why you're here, if you've got your sights on something way over my head, if you think Laura's death and everything it caused 5 years down the line are the real story being filmed on this plate, and you're here for that, then I, Greta Stone, would like to invite you again. Please be our next leading man, Lucian. If that is your wish, then it is mine as well, Madame Stone. Because he wants to act. Greta sent out compensation to everyone and officially disbanded the crew. Whether you're scared of the killer, worried about the catastrophe, or want to stay and finish the shoot, we're all free to do as we please. Finish the shoot? Is Greta is still thinking about her movie right now? She must have noticed the connection between the murders of the crew and the one 5 years ago. So she's doing it on purpose. What is that sound that's playing in the background? I think it's too quiet for you guys to hear, but like, I hear something. It's like laughing? I don't know how to describe it. That's creepy. Frankly, my dear, I don't give a damn, and I don't see why you should either. This is Melanie's lines. Or as Greta said, you can leave the truth to whoever feels like playing detective. The truth? The cast and the crew both mercilessly bully newcomers. The producer even massaged a tragic and fatal fall into a scene that straddles the line between truth and lie. Wait, is this Tippy? If you will not repent for what happened 5 years ago, nor make your deeds known to the public, do you believe yourself innocent, Greta? Have you forgotten how you edited Laura into your film? Also, she could die over and over again with every showing. You must pay the price. Oh. Oh. Oh, crows. Oh, another murder is gonna happen. So basically immortalizing Laura's death on film for people to screen, and thus the death keeps on repeating infinitely. It's a Library Ripper. A bulge on the bed is faintly outlined by the dim nightlight. The person beneath the blanket is fast asleep, ignorant of the judgment about to fall upon her. Fast asleep? That desecrator of the dead, forgetter of sins, ignorer of warnings. How could Greta sleep so soundly? Actually, what if it's like Melanie? I don't think Moira's back yet. Who could it be? Whodunit? Someone quietly creeps closer to the bed, pulling a razor-sharp dagger out of a sleeve. Slender fingers grip its hilt tightly, lifting the terrifying weapon high into the air. Slender fingers! Slender fingers. A woman? Maybe? Maybe it is Melanie. I don't know. Or is it not? I don't want to hear your confession. I don't want to hear your screams. Just go away, you must pay. I don't know. I'm bad at solving mysteries, so I genuinely don't know who this is. Please, it's not as obvious when I don't know anything. What? This feeling. It's not right. Oh! Miss Christine! The blanket is lifted up, but nobody is under it, aside from a black shadow. A shadow? How can a shadow exist on its own? The intruder steps back a bit as the shadow slowly condenses into a familiar shape. Miss Christine! If I do a poll, you guys are definitely going to like pick the right answer and spoil it for me. So no. Miss Christine? A trap. What? Ta-da! So we finally meet. I welcome you, my elusive guest. Who is it? Is it really you? Even Greta. Okay, Greta was just watching from the sidelines too, I guess. Who is it? Who is it? I wanna... truth? Wait. What if it's Tippy? Because whoever was around to hear these lines were probably repeating what they heard, right? Okay, never mind. It is Moira. We were right to begin with. I kept switching my answer. No! Moira! Okay. So the first theory I had was right, but I just wasn't confident enough in it. But okay, sure. Moira, the most dedicated member of the crew, was actually a 3-time murderer? Wait, so is the sister theory true? Wait, hold up, no spoilers. Wait a second. It's the trope of a younger sister getting revenge for her sister. Oh, is it actually that? Oh my goodness. It should have been 4. When did you find out, Lucian? The first to notice your abnormal behavior was Miss Christine, not me. In the very first scene after I joined the cast, she intruded upon the shoot. She rarely approaches anyone other than me, but she approached you. Since then, she has made contact with you many times. Hippie believes she decided to accompany you as you watched movies in the prop room because she likes the both of you. That is only half correct. Miss Christine was only ever interested in you. Look, even now, even as you hold that dreadful dagger, she still stands by your side. Ridiculous. Don't tell me that's your only reason to suspect me. Just because this mysterious creature is fond of me? Because of your emotions, maybe. Or maybe she only does that when what you tell her. She is your pet after all. Nope. She not. Moira looks into Miss Christine's deep blue eyes, like creatura. The very next moment, she no longer has conscious control over herself. Joy, sorrow, anger, all sorts of emotions roil through her heart before finally settling into a blank void, one that terrifies anyone looking upon it. You continue to misunderstand her. Everyone misunderstands who exactly Miss Christine is. As I have explained before, none may interfere with her intentions and actions. I did not merely mean that she is free-spirited by nature, or rather, nobody has the ability to interfere with her. It is she who possesses the ability to influence others. A mysterious black creature nonchalantly licks her paws. Moira finds it difficult to reconcile that the Miss Christine she sees now with the enormous pressure she felt earlier. Miss Christine is extremely sensitive to emotions. No carefully buried pain or flicker of malice escapes her notice. Over countless years, she has wandered across all of Terra, tasting the entire spectrum of feeling. Rather than any particular flavor, she prefers a blend. And her judgment is derived from instinct rather than logic. It does not err. Solving a murder without even discovering a motive. Should I congratulate you? Vengeance. For who? For that ghost entangled in the minds of the majority of the crew. Madame Stone, the one who stands before you, now is the relative of that rookie actress Laura who fell to her death 5 years ago. So it is the sister trope. It's like, you guys killed my sister. Now, 5 years later, now that I infiltrated into the industry, I can get my revenge on the crew that I have assembled here together. And kill them off one by one. One who loved her dearly, her little sister. Now this is so sad because, like, Tippy was talking about meeting her sister and all that, and then, like, Moira was like, yeah, sure, I'll let you meet my sister. Maybe they'll visit her grave if she lives. Well, there's the reveal. We're near the end, guys. Another before and after. Wait, was I reading 6 after or was it 6 before? Oh gosh, it's been so long and I don't remember. Each reading is like 30 minutes, guys. A bit of a sip. I think... Oh, let's just double check. Oh no, we were definitely here. Oh, wait. Oh, no. So we were on 6 still. 6 after. Okay, I think we're on here. No. Okay, yeah. No snack? Maybe no snack. I had a lot to eat today, so maybe not. I need to take a break from eating late night snacks. Yep, no spoilers please, Xiaohu. Tend to mix up as well. Wish they have some reading progress status note. Kinda, yeah. But it's like just a minor issue, right? If you squint hard enough, you can see Tragodia in that. No, maybe not. So, out of all the choices Miss Stone gave us after disbanding the crew, you chose to play detective, Lucian. No need to bluff. I know you're not afraid of me exposing you. If it would let more people know the truth behind Laura's death and conduct the film crew... Oh, and the conduct of the film crew, you would have gladly exposed yourself given the right opportunity. But not right now. It's over, Moira. You hid yourself well. A simple identity and an innocent facade were the ideal cover for you. During nearly all of the murders, you were with Tippy. That painter trusts you deeply, and was always happy to provide you an alibi, even as you left your meetings partway through. Looking back, every accident has involved you in some way. Dalton's death was caused by a prop knife being switched, which led to the former prop master being dismissed. You, naturally, took over his work, which afforded you even greater opportunities for crime. Yeah! I mentioned that! I mentioned that earlier, didn't I? About how, like, it could have been Moira because she's the prop master, because she's in charge of everything now. For all the stuff. Guys! Yuuko Holmes moment, but she didn't believe. As for the second accident, when Shelley walked into the cold storage. No, she had intended to kill her before that, but failed. Do you remember how Shelley had hallucinated but interrupted the shoot, Madame Stone? I was onto something. I was like Greta, but like without the bribes. While she was rooted in place, unable to move, a heavy container fell from above. You saved her. Moira single-handedly held onto the rope, preventing the two of you from being harmed. But it was not out of the kindness of her heart. At the time, everyone was focused on Shelley's antics. Very few people noticed the dangling container, let alone rushed to the other end of the rope. Right. Only the one who tampered with the rope in the first place could have reacted that quickly. You already knew the answer and you just watched me fumble. It's okay, at least I was kind of onto something. That still counts. The failed attempt revealed to all that Shelley suffered from hallucinations, which you took advantage of. I knew her deepest nightmares. Look at that smile. She looks so evil right now. She mistook me for my sister Laura and babbled all her sinful secrets to me. And even to the very end, she never repented. Instead, she began to blame Laura for crossing the line. She had to die. True. Thank you for not spoiling. As for Marion and Michael, Michael only ever treated me as an innocent little errand girl. He never figured out I was after his life, even entrusting me with the important matter of sneaking out of the plate. And Marion? She never felt the slightest guilt for what happened 5 years ago. She had to die. Yeah, Marion was like, yeah, I don't care about, like, that Laura girl. Yeah, stay quiet about what's to come in the story because, I don't know, if you hype it up too much, I think I wouldn't be too surprised, to be honest. Well, now that you mentioned it, like, I don't know, I should be expecting something soon. Do you know just how much suffering and malice my sister had to endure? Yet all she ever talked about was how much experience she was getting and how happy she was to be part of the cast. Whenever I was worried I couldn't make it as a prop maker, whenever I silently shed tears as the crew ostracized me, she would use herself as an example to comfort me and encourage me. But it was only after she died that I learned what that experience you gave her really was. How dare you look at me like that, Greta? Are you doubting what I just said? Surely you haven't forgotten how you bribed the police and the media and suppressed the news of Laura's death. You even turned her accident into a mockery of the truth in a movie. How could she possibly rest in peace after that? No, Moira. Madame Stone has not forgotten her deeds. Rather, she is doubting your identity. My identity? A prop maker? An unremarkable Zalak? An avenger of crimes unanswered? Oh! Wait! Laura had no younger sister? Was she a diehard fan then? Wait, what? I thought we were going for the sister theory. She was never part of your life. What are you saying? Okay, for those of you who are on the edge of your seats, shut up. Do not spoil, no matter what. Let me keep reading. What kind of interrogation is this? 5 years ago, after the accident, I gave Laura's family compensation. Oh, you haven't reached this part, Beefy? Okay, you're in with this. You're in this ride with me. For those of you who did not read. I even hired people to scour her entire family history and their circumstances. Also, I can guarantee that none of them would leak the truth. Not even her most distant relatives. After Lucian told me the truth he had deduced, I was still in disbelief. So I pulled out the list of Laura's family members and checked it again. I regret to inform you, there was no Moira on that list. Then who is she? The ghost of who? An imposter among us? Diehard fan of Laura? No, but Laura was a rookie. Well, I mean, maybe a rookie does have fans, but like, who? Maybe someone with imposter syndrome. I don't know. Who would it be? You're lying. Or maybe fake memories. Maybe she was brainwashed into thinking that Laura had a sister. Who else could have influenced her to do this, right? Aside from the crazy trope master, maybe. I don't know. Because he's still around. I can explain everything that has happened to you, but you will need time to accept it. So put down the dagger, Moira. It should not be yours. Put it down? It's far too late for that. She fiddled around with the plate. What did she do? What was that? Have we reached the catastrophe? Maybe. What? Oh, look, new scenery. Oh no, everyone! All the staff. There's still a lot of people on board. Well, I mean, not everyone evacuated immediately. They just, like, stopped working, I guess, and went back to their rooms. What's with the sudden earthquake? Somebody save me. Did the plate hit something? If I'd known this was coming, I'd have skedaddled out of this place already. What the hell is going on here? Crew members stream out of their rooms into the crowded corridor, none with the slightest idea what was happening. Lucian's shadow passes by a bevy of curses, complaints, laments, and prayers before arriving at the end of the corridor. He looks out the window. Hey guys, doesn't it feel like the plate is speeding up? Uh-oh. Yep, keep quiet, Shell. I know you're excited, but like, little reactions like that can really give away a story and spoil it for me. Moira locks the door. She does not know if the man named Lucian will catch up to her or how long it would take. Oh, she sprinted. Okay. She bolted. The room shakes violently, letting her know that the sabotage she had performed had taken effect. The cockpit is destroyed, the engine output is locked to the highest setting, and its route is set. The studio plate speeds up as it approaches the nearby catastrophe and shows no sign of stopping. In a few hours, they will find themselves in the misfortune of facing a storm. No, a trial. The vast majority of this cast and crew had to answer for the accident 5 years ago. For the death of her sister. But then, there was no sister. Laura had no younger sister. She was never part of your life. Moira having, like, identity crisis here now, probably. What was he talking about? Moira mumbles to herself, incessantly. She sifts through the piles of junk in the prop room and finds an old VCR. She sets it up and pulls out a videotape from one of her inner pockets. A videotape she has watched countless times. She presses down on the play button. Oh, she kinda looks like her. Is that her? The smile of a young woman appears on the screen. She's so pretty, though. Laura, my sister, you're real. Tell me you're real. I know whenever you laughed, there was a dimple only your left cheek. You had big eyes with light green irises. They were always so gentle when you looked at me. You could peel an entire apple without breaking its skin in 30 seconds. Whenever you were happy, you'd whistle a strong tweet. You'd use the arts to make small ice crystals to use as hair clips. Maybe she's obsessed. You know, obsession is also a theme of the story that I noticed, so it could very well be. Tweet. I don't know how to say it. What is that sound effect? So maybe she is a super fan. Imposter syndrome thingy. Like she's putting herself like this is her one-sama. I can whistle? What are you guys talking about? Have you ever heard me whistle? You told me about your life in Rankwood, how your very first role got edited down to only 3 seconds of screen time in the final cut. You told me about how much you struggled just to get a few more scenes, while a few a-holes talked about you behind your back, most of the crew still looked after you. You told me how, even though you came from a small town where you couldn't even buy a VCR, even though you had to learn a lot of things from scratch, even though opportunities that are easy for others to get are far out of reach for us, we still shouldn't be discouraged. You never mentioned how much bullying you had to suffer through, how much pain you endured. You would go on and on about how beautiful the sunrise in Rankwood was, looking towards the future with such firm eyes. You also had times when you were sad, even though you only ever mentioned how homesick you felt at night, when all was quiet and the only ones kept you company were the twin moons low in the sky. Like, clearly she had some interactions with Laura back then. So maybe she was like an assistant of some sort. I don't know. iCarly mentioned, oh my gosh, I remember that show. It was good though. It was funny. You told me how alike we were and how you had my back and would support me forever. Ever since we were little. Moira suddenly stops. She shakes her head like mad, trying to force more details out of her memory. She's role-playing this. She's making things up, maybe. Hold up. But she can say no more. She finds her memories of Laura have an unusually distinct cutoff point. They had never run through the grass together, hand in hand. They had never fallen asleep in each other's arms as their parents sang to them. As she trawls further back through her memories, every image to do with her sister is simply blank. She's starting to realize, oh, whoa. Oh, wait, this is her herself. This is Moira. The videotape ends, the television screen goes dark. This is creepy, but okay. You know what I'm thinking? Since we don't have a proper image of, like, Laura herself and that image we saw on the VCR, like, what if Moira is just projecting herself through that screen? You know? I kind of like... Would you say Melanie also kind of projected herself onto, like, Marianne as well? I don't know. I'm just reaching here, guys. Moira sees her own face reflected in it. Tears silently stream down her cheek. You were never part of Laura's life. Laura was never part of yours. But if that's really true, then what do you even have left, Moira? Who are you? Who are you, really? Yeah, what's your relationship? First the serial murders, now this morning's mysterious explosion. What the hell's going on here? The poor unlucky stagehand. Why is the wind so strong? Oh right, according to the schedule, today's the day we're filming the catastrophe. Auden stands in the street of the exterior set. Thanks to the nearby storm, the once colorful background walls are covered in a layer of dust. She never expected to experience so many twists and turns after joining the film crew. She only ever thought about making movies. As for actually being in one, she can't stand the idea of it. That's the catastrophe Miss Stone wanted to film. Earlier, the catastrophe everyone was making a fuss about had simply been a faint gray dot out in the waste. Now it had condensed into a storm that blots out the sky, a storm that refuses to allow onlookers to tear their gazes away from it. Small-scale spirals of winds formed from originium dust circle around the plate, visible to the naked eye. I gotta say, it really is a spectacular sight. If you saw a scene like this in a movie theater, please, Terra, bless us. I've had such bad luck. Please let us finish filming safely. No, who cares about the shoot? A safe return to Central Rankwood is good enough for me, please. Keep on praying, unlucky stagehand. You'll need it. The girl NPC staff were cute. You like the stagehand? She kinda... right. Cute. The plate responds to Whodunit's prayers with an even more unusual than earlier sound and shaking. Whoa. What's going on now? Whoa, what the Hitchcock was that? Whodunit wondered how many times before, if she were actually in the middle of a catastrophe, what would she hear? The howling of the wind? The roaring of explosions? The shrieking of the panicked crowd? Turns out, it is none of those. It is the sound of the walls and metal structures being squashed as flat as an empty can, one after another. It is the sound that instills extreme terror in oh-so-fragile humans who begin to worry their organs, bones, blood vessels will suffer a similar fate. Uh-oh. Ooh, oh no! Everything just fell down! Got destroyed! The turbulent sky licks against the edge of the plate, tearing the set that once starred in classic movies to shreds with the wind, before flinging them out into the wasteland. Whodunit moves aside from the scaffolding that had fallen on her, but finds her legs too weak to muster the strength to move. No! Stagehand! She looks at the devastation in a daze, barely able to believe her eyes. My god. How did we get so close to the catastrophe? Little did you know, the plate was moving at max speed towards the catastrophe, not stopping. Rah! Okay. Oh, that was getting interesting. Okay, 80-7. We're getting good here, guys, but also I'm drinking too much tea. We might need to have another break here, guys. Oh, more staff. What the? This is Greta's plan for the shoot? The Originium storms right in our faces. What are we? Some sort of suicide squad? What is this reference? No way. This has to be the killer's doing, right? Didn't you hear the explosion earlier? Tea? Oh, yeah, I've had tea this entire time ever since I came back from the first break. I have jasmine green tea. Yes, very tasty. Swan blew up the plate's cockpit. There's no way we can slow the plate down or change directions now. Right now, we're only barely in contact with the storm, but once we hit its core, they're not gonna find even a single brick from this plate. How strong is the storm anyway? Like, there's different types of catastrophes, right? What type is this? Just like a spinny tornado kind? Like, I don't know. But seemingly, it's destroying structures left and right from the wind alone, so... Alright, that's enough. So who on Terra was it? Their revenge wasn't enough for them, so now they're gonna take out the rest of us too? The rest of the crew was part of the crew from 5 years ago, right? I'm assuming? Oh! Who's over the voice comms? The murderer is Moira of the prop team. What? Who's talking? I said the killer responsible for the 3 murders is Moira. Oh, Mr. Loudmouth is here still. not just a storm, it's an originium storm. Literally hurling chunks of originium, making it crash into the plate. Oh! So... the whole storm with like debris flying around, but that debris is just originium. Oh, that's a yikers. Moira, you're kidding me. That unremarkable Valak? Hailstorm, but how big are the crystals? Miss Stone caught her red-handed. If Lucian weren't there, she would have become the next victim. So where's the little rat now? I'll go find her myself. And what's the point of confronting a psycho killer when you can't even save yourself? She owes us an explanation. What if she gets innocents killed? I mean, kinda, but you think I haven't thought of that? I already switched the wireless comms to broadcast mode to ensure I survive this. I'm sure everyone outside the plate has heard the truth by now. Oh, he set things up. Okay. City-sized chunks. Oh, jeez. The killer's trapped like a rat. I have to live. I have to. Once I get back to Central Rankwood, all the bombshells I've collected these past few days will be enough to buy me a villa in Siesta. Yeah, this guy is so hungry for money. He'd do anything. The plate's tilting towards the Originium storm again. Right, the land boats. We can use them to escape. They're gone. What? I went over to the emergency escape cabin earlier, and they were already wrecked by the storm. Every last one of them. Oh no! Watch Rhodes Island come and save the day. There's no way out for us now. If I'm going to die anyway, I might as well take the chance to jump off the plate. Cut that out. Just move. Anywhere safer than the film set. Let's go hide on the ground in the engine layer. Run, everyone. Okay, are Melanie and Tippy still out? Like, do they still not know what's happening outside? There truly are so many things to learn from the set design to a horror film. Thank you, Tippy. No problem. Or were they just watching horror films this entire time? Oh my goodness. Did they leave the bunny? They might have left the bunny alone up there. Rip cute bunny. Rip the unlucky stagehand. I have to get back and start making the visualizations for most of the visual effects first. Then we'll finalize the details after Director Quay is done with the script. Speaking of Director Quay, where is Steven? Like, he was with the Trope Master earlier, but like, we haven't seen the guy since. Maybe he's still cooking up a script for the final scene. Like I promised, I'm gonna design you a finale that'll leave Lady DuPont in the cinema history. Right, I'm looking forward to it. Wait, how long have we been talking about this? Did Molly ever find a way to escape? Molly got discovered and a lot of things happened during the time you guys yapped. Ah, what now? That's not good. Wait, there's a voice from the comms. Catastrophe, control cabin, destroyed. Why is the signal so bad? It sounded like Abner's assistant. What kind of trouble is he getting into now? The control cabin has been destroyed. The plate is rushing towards the catastrophe. Right, he like was broadcasting this throughout. Killer is Moira. Tippy grips the wireless walkie-talkie and turns the volume knob as high as she can, but it stays silent. She must have misheard, she thinks. She had so much trust in Moira only for that revelation. But if so, why is Miss Rutherford looking at her with such a sullen expression? No, there's no way. Tippy. I can't imagine anyone would joke about that in these circumstances. Doomed Yuri! Wait, Beefy, you're onto something. Hold that thought. But when would she have even had the opportunity? The nights when Shelley, Michael, and Marion died. She was watching movies with me the whole time. There wasn't... Nope. Was there really no opportunity? There were times when she left, right? She said it herself. Hippie doubts her own mind. Was Molly really right next to her the whole time during their movies? No. We always watched multiple movies back to back, so sometimes she'd leave when I was switching out the tape. Sometimes she'd say Miss Stone was looking for her. Sometimes it was to pick up something she forgot on the film set. I'm sure you know how she's like, ma'am. She's still new to being the prop master and under like a ton of pressure. She's super committed to her work. Darling, she's coping. Tippy's coping right now. Oh no. No. That only explains how she could have done it. It doesn't prove that she did it. A motive. Why would she kill all those people she had nothing to do with? Why don't I know anything? Darling, maybe you didn't know your friend as well as you thought you did. What if that Moira was a hallucination after all, guys? What if that was the case? Just focus on the movies, so stop looking away from the screen. Sorry, there's just been so much going on with the film crew lately. I'm a little nervous. Don't worry, I'm here for you, girl. No matter who I am, one thing's for sure, I'm your best friend on this crew. That's what she said. Or maybe she never even thought of me as a friend. Maybe she was just using me. The Liberi girl head sinks. She speaks no more. Melanie hugs the little Liberi in front of her. Aww. The girl who was consoling her just a few hours ago is now crying on her shoulder. Melanie pats her back. No, she asks no questions, nor does she say anything about the price of growing up. She only hugs her. Let's leave this place first, Tippy. The convoluted structure here will only put us in danger if the plate gets too close to the catastrophe core. We will be safer underground, though that too may be futile if the plate doesn't change direction. Underground. Over Melanie's shoulders, Tippy spots some of the material they salvaged from the horror film earlier. Underground, the words circled around her brain. Wait, I got it! You recovered your pep already? No, I figured out how to change the plate's trajectory. There was once a crew that snuck into another Rankwood plate to film secretly, to save on rental costs. And they ended up with a super cool, scary movie. I rewatched it recently. But that plate and the one we're standing on both came from the same batch made by Rankwood. So basically, the specs should be pretty much the same. If my hunch is right, there should be another control cabin at the bottom of the engine layer. What are our odds of making it there? To be honest, no idea. But never tell me the odds, I gotta try. There's no point mulling over something I can't answer on my own, only when we're out of this crisis. Will I be able to get the truth from her? So there's another engine cabin! We have hope, guys! Hopium! I'm not gonna sing. Moira singing, though. Gentle singing. Cheerful whistling. So this is where you were, Lucian. No! I'm bad at singing. Or like, I have no confidence. But like, I don't know. My voice sounds weird when I sing. Please! Please! Oh, IS2 theme? I can whistle. Oh, wait, hold up a second. I need to prepare myself. Okay, that's the most I can do for now. That was my sister's favorite song. On breaks between shoots, she'd often look to the sky and hum the tune. I thought you'd already woken up. I did. Thanks to you, you showed me the truth I was blind to, and how cruel they truly were. Then what are you doing now? A rumble comes from beneath their feet. The Rankwood plate rushes towards the catastrophe as their crew panics. No one would think to enter the prop room now when they should be escaping. Her sister's favorite song is the Eyes 2 theme. Maybe she's humming that. But it is at this very moment that the prop master gets to work. He goes around the room, fiddling with one mannequin after another, dressing them in clothes, correcting their postures. Her earnest focus is fully on them. I only just remembered how I recognized Laura. If you will allow me to guess, you met someone. Yes, a very gentle feline. Who? Gentle feline? The weather was terrible that day. I was sitting on a bench for a long time, and there was water on my face, probably rain, but maybe tears. The accident was caused by negligence of the person in charge, but in the end, I was the one who had to pay compensation and was kicked off the crew. I didn't know anyone in Rankwood, so I was no stranger to being treated like that. I ran away from home, you know. After my parents died, there was nowhere else to go, so the only thing left for me was death. Then that person sat next to me. We didn't talk the entire time. He only gently waited for me to calm down. Oh, wait! Feline! Hold up! Trope master! Pink guy! But when he left, I realized a cassette tape was sitting on my knee. And that's when she discovered Laura, maybe. That man brought Laura into my life at a time when there was only darkness. Laura was literally her Oshi, guys. Listen. She became my sister. She protected me, encouraged me, and helped me pull myself together. Laura was already long dead by then. She was fascinated by her death. Guys, her background, experiences, and even appearances all resembled yours. The man gave you motivation when you were at your lowest, as well as anger, confusion, and a deep-rooted thirst for vengeance. No doubt, there was no better than before. So she was kind of projecting on Laura. Was that grief I saw through your eyes? Or pity? No, that's not it either. More like understanding, sympathy. Did something similar happen to you? Do you know him? Of course. He's an expert at grafting non-existent joy and anger into your life, much like how an unscrupulous director adds extra elements as he pleases to a story he deems dull. Oh, I suppose you would call it ad-libbing in the film industry. He pulls you from one pit of despair, guiding you into another, thus inciting the so-called beauty of drama. He's an old acquaintance, my teacher, the source of all my suffering, and a phantom that should be long dead. Phantom drop mention! Finding you, finding him, is the very reason I came here. Moira, I'm sorry for denying all that you have. No, it's not like that. Oh! Moira finishes arranging her last mannequin and returns to the center of the prop. She does a courtesy in Lucian's direction and lightly taps her fingertips. Lucian then realizes something has changed and looks over to see that every mannequin has come alive. What? Oh. Okay. I don't think you've denied me. In my worst hour, Laura appeared by my side and has accompanied me for a long time now. She's my sister, as I am hers. I don't regret avenging her. I don't regret shouldering all these sins. I will also be the last person in this land to remember her. I cry, I laugh, I rage, I doubt, I hate, I grieve, I yearn. And thus I have them, these intense emotions I would never have had otherwise. I am alive. The mannequins begin to move. Is this her art? Doll keeper? Wait. Oh, they're modeled after everyone. Oh. Lucian recognizes who they were modeled after. The deceased Dalton, Shelley, Michael, Marianne, and also Moira herself. Moira stretches out her hand and holds her mannequin hands one by one as they move past her. No music except the trembling ground accompanies their movements, but the tiny Zalak prop master seems to have become the most passionate dancer on the land, as she embraces her myriad. Strange, yet elegant. I should be thanking you, Lucian. You helped me realize it. When there was nothing left of Moira anymore, I felt as if I became a mirror, and that I could become anyone. Wake up. Satisfaction born from despair is nothing but poison. I've never been more awakened my entire life. Would you also like to become my dance partner? Okay, Moira's gone off the rails now, guys. She's gone crazy. She's off the deep end now, guys. Oh no. Just like them. As Moira finishes speaking, her dance partners throw themselves at Lucian. Well, there we have it. Wake up! Wake up! Whoa, that transition. Okay. And that was only the before story. Oh man, that's crazy. Okay. I think we have a few more to go, so maybe another 30 minutes and then another hour for this node, and then maybe an hour for this node. Then we'll be done. But, let's take one more short break, because I have been consuming tea and a lot of water, and your slime needs to go refill. So another break, stretch your arms, back, body, I don't know, and get a sip of water. Hydrate yourself. So be right back. I might get a small snack too. I'll see what I can find and I'll come back in like a short little while. So I'll be right back. Hello, I'm back. Okay, so like I ended up not getting a snack, but because after looking around, I was like, maybe not. I'm holding myself back so much from getting a snack right now, or like something to eat. It's quite late, so I'm like, no, I gotta hold back. I gotta stop. I've been snacking way too much these past couple of nights, and I'm just like, I can't. Not like this. Anyway, I'll snack again maybe later in the day. Cook myself a good meal, you know? Oh right, I made like braised like white carrots yesterday night for dinner. Had it for dinner too today since I made like a big batch, but like super delicious, super easy to make honestly, but I would make it again since I do have another half a white carrot that I haven't used yet in the fridge, so maybe I'll make that again tomorrow. Yeah, it's more so like a red braise, so I just followed some YouTube recipe and it turned out pretty well, though I think I made a bit too much sauce, so I'm like, it's fine. I'll reuse the sauce for something else maybe tomorrow, maybe stir fry it in something, or even use the sauce as a seasoning for maybe a base of some sort. So yeah. No, it's not like a normal carrot, but like a white carrot. I mean, they call it white carrot, daikon, whatever. It goes by a lot of names. So, make curry with carrot? I guess I can, but I don't normally see like a white carrot being used. But yeah. Anyway, back to the story. So, we are on AD-7 after, since we did read that. Man, that was like, what a ride. I mean, why not? I kind of prefer like normal carrots, you know, the orange carrot in my curries. And anything else is just like, I don't really like it all that much. Ooh, where are we? Underground? We're with Tippy! Gasping heavily. God, Tippy. You ran all the way here, maybe? Chill, Tippy, chill. Deep breaths. Remember how the plot went in that movie? The heroine had her friends pick up a weapon and hide it in the storage room to the left, while she herself ran the other way. The storage room. Alright, the route matches up. Down we go. It's kind of dark in here. Well, dark is good. There should be a hidden door around the corner. Straight ahead, and at the end of the corridor, there should be a backup control cabin. You know, who knew that watching horror movies would come in handy in figuring out that the ship that she's on is literally the same one as the one in the movie that she saw. She knew all the mannequins chasing down the squads were her friends' work, the whole squad pointing their fingers at her, and she was mad too. Gotta get moving. What are you doing here, Tippy? I figured out how to change the plate's trajectory. We can avoid any more casualties, so let me through ASAP. There's a way out of this? Don't listen to her lies. Isn't she the culprit's best friend? She could have been covering up for her this whole time. How else could we have missed all this happening right under our noses? Right up until we're about to die. Skeptical staff. I mean, fair enough. But like, listen. If this is your only chance at survival, trust in ya, girl. Movie so accurate, you get to save a whole city by remembering it, right? The route, too. She tries not to think about her friend's betrayal, even though she still has things to say. She ignores the crowd mocking her. They're only attacking her to protect themselves. She's like, kind of reciting the movie too, right? It was you, the one always hiding in the back. First you interrupted the shooting, now you're preventing us from going home. She wants to save everyone, including her friend. She wants answers. Tippy is in the movie right now. She's in the zone. Stop her. Don't let her through. What? What did she do? Pepper spray him? Oh, she did! Tippy grabs a spray gun from her belt and glares at the fearsome weapon-wielding crew. You leave me no other choice. Are you guys afraid of one girl? Get her! The murders, the catastrophe, the film crew was already on edge from having to hide in the engine layer. So the spray painter's behavior only roused their pent-up anger. Their self-defense weapons scrape the floor as everyone rushes towards Tippy. Damn, she's got a whole mob on her. Her hands are trembling. There is no way she can take them all alone, and she prays the hover unit on her back will work. Right? Because that's her job class. But also, maybe Lucian, Phantom, will do a S3, S2 drop. Her final trump card. The elegant Miss Christine! A black cat shows up at the corner of the corridor. She looks. All these emotions, rage, anger, panic. Nervous impairment is going to trigger now, right? Look at them drop their weapons. It is as if the noise drew her here, but also as if she's merely passing by. No one notices her as they brush by, their heads filled with all sorts of extreme emotions. Miss Christine takes a sniff, and the rushing crowd slows down in her eyes until they freeze in place. Anger, extremely spicy, but without a little sour envy to balance it out. It tastes a bit off. Panic, bitter and hard to keep down, but a dash of sweet comfort will turn it into a nice dessert. Grief, a salty mix of tears and sighs that brings unnecessary trouble if too much of it is added, must be carefully paired with other flavors. Pain, the most complex and ever-changing emotion. It used to be my favorite. After meeting Lucian, the pain of ordinary people is almost flavorless to me. Oh, Miss Christine is fine dining. Look at her. Well, there's another one over there. She seems to be that little Zalak's friend. At first, I only took notice of that girl who seemed so similar to Lucian. The lead actress that man chose for his latest play, yet I didn't expect your ties to make you even tastier than her. Miss Christine shakes her tails, her eyes moving between the shadows on the ground until they lock onto Tippy's, silhouette. They spelled Tippy's name wrong. Or like, hold up, what's this? Guys? Is this intentional? But Tippy is Tippy! What happened? What is this? Guys! Or is this on purpose? Okay, sure, why not? Tippy with a Y. The lady's twin tails twist into strange shapes, as if a woman is wiping her knife and fork before diving into her meal. Hello, Anne. Reading? I've been reading for the past 3.5 hours, actually. Shakes tails. I ought to gift you a small reward. The lady glances at the crowd rushing towards the library. A little exercise to aid digestion after her meal, she thinks. And then she sends out a cat and, like, nervous impairment everyone. AoE attack. S2. Why am I here? The catastrophe is about to hit us, so we came down here to hide from it, but... what's with the wrench in my hand? Thunk. Weapons fall from their hands in succession, as the resulting harsh clangs wake even more from their delirium. They exchange looks of confusion, not knowing why they were holding weapons, though they do know that they should leave. Meow. Miss Christine? What are you doing here? Absent yesterday, was there an incident? Luckily, no incident, Anne. You can look back on the VOD if you want. It was kind of funny though, at times, but it's okay, no crash out. When they were rushing towards me, I suddenly felt my whole body go cold. And lots of different feelings woke up in me at the same time, like they were fighting. Only happy sign. And then the breeze blew by. I heard their weapons drop and my body thawed out too. Like some kind of irresistible force pulled something out of me. Miss Christine tilts her head. She taps her tails twice on the floor, successfully attracting the girl's attention, then points in a direction. They are right in front of the control cabin. Oh, here they are. Must be really dusty. Wow, the devices here are all previous gen stuff. But that's good news for us, since they're all sealed off to prevent dust and corrosion, and there's no smart locks on anything. Even I'd find it pretty tough to learn to hack on the spot. Let me see. The storm's moving faster than the plates, so just reversing is a no-go. Turning's the best way out. So, they're gonna drift? The curse got transferred to you, got Pawsey and Ray before Lucian. Oh, you got Ray! Okay. You got Ray even before me. But trying to change direction when the plate's already so close to the catastrophe? No, I can't worry about that. Where's the backup navigational system? Here it is. First, open the lock. Great, I'm in. Then, Tippy takes a deep breath and hopes she remembers the steps right. Pull the lever all the way down. Bang. Something happened. Tippy is thrown against the wall by a huge force. The entire engine layer shakes, with all sorts of strange mechanical noises ringing throughout the tiny space. That was the plate's waist jerking around, with every segment of the treads below now trying to respond to the change. The steel giant under her feet is now fighting its own immense, unstoppable inertia by steering sideways, trying to avoid the storm right up ahead. Tippy feels her teeth ache. She does not know if it will manage to turn in time or how long it will take. All she can do is pray. Even a little shift will do. We'll have a tiny, tiny chance as long as we don't hit this storm's core. It has to work. It has to work. I have to see her one more time. Miss Christine just watching. Miss Christine shakes her tails, jumping in front of the little library to smell the changes in her mood. A brief relief after achieving her goal, along with the confusion and pain from a friend's betrayal. But why is there also a hint of suppressed madness? No, that smell does not belong to the girl. Miss Christine jerks her head up, looking towards a place she cannot see. A companion who has been with her the whole time. Lucian feels sympathy towards the other person, which means he is currently experiencing twice the pain. Miss Christine is somewhat displeased. She cannot help but recall the night when the Crimson Trope was destroyed, as Lucian sang under the name Blood Diamond. It is no good omen. Oh no! Miss Christine, go save him! He's in trouble right now! How are you so calm, Lucian? Are you disappointed? Unmoved by what I've done? A mannequin pounces on him. While it is an inanimate object, Lucian feels a strong depressive aura that suddenly turns into elation and ecstasy. As Lucian touches the mannequin, the emotions turn into energy, forcing him backwards. Oh no. Dalton. There is no doubt these feelings Dalton had right before his final rehearsal. Why don't you fight back? Do you have a little interest in me, babe? But ever since you played the part of the messenger and spoke the lines about fate, I haven't been able to take my eyes off you. Michael. The mannequin passes on Moira's emotions, and she turns into Michael, the excessive yet artificial man who always wore his heart on his sleeve. He's just becoming everyone at this point. She can be anyone. What kind of emotions are you hiding inside yourself? You let me feel fear and danger and so much danger. Shelley. Shelley in the final moments of her life. The neurotic coordinator who completely wrecked by her own fear. Turning emotions into tangible energy, and any object that passes through your hand becomes a medium to release it. So these are your Originium arts. I see why he chose you, why he led you to become what you are now. A prop master. Strings, puppets, all images born for the stage. When you forget yourself, a person becomes a play. Come, join our performance, Lucian. If you're right, and that man roused my abilities, then as his real student, you'll make the best dance partner. Moira laughs and cries loudly. 1,000 expressions flashes across her face, filling the prop room with suffocating energy. Ooh, there's nowhere for Lucian to run. Fine. What? Moira, I will sing for you, as you wish. The Blood Diamond song is a kind of misfortune for both himself and the audience. It will rip my throat apart, sending pain straight into your ears, and you'll either die or spend the rest of your life with this melody reverberating in your mind. Utahe! Utahe! Katsurapta yo! And then Elizabeth comes from the sidelines with the signboards and the boombox, and they start like hitting beats. If you willingly ignore the truth in your hands, if you're satisfied by such falsehoods, if you can only approach him by destroying yourself, then allow me to relieve your pain and enter the stage once more. Is he? Moira hears a song. The emotions within flood into her, overwhelming even the song itself. She does not understand what Lucian is singing about. She only feels joy, fear, doubt, rage, hatred, and sorrow, 100 times stronger than her own. Sugita character drop kicks both of them. Before she is completely washed away by the emotions, she cannot help but think. What sort of experiences must one go through to understand such revelations? Or was he simply forced to learn it all within the despair of having nothing at all? Oh, did it work? Oh, another flashback, okay. Where are we now? Trope member A. Trope leader. White Flower is still waiting for us for the curtain call. Why have we come here? This is just a river. There's nothing here this time of night. What? I'm afraid White Flower will be upset by tonight's sparse audience. For this river here is the final stage. Tell them, playwright, what does the revised ending look like? I. The magician's assistant and the lucky audience member, who both died on stage, are stuffed into prop boxes and thrown into the river. Once the dust settles, they will wake up and emerge from the river under the stars. They use their story deaths to distance themselves from their prison of nightmares. That's Blood Diamond and Abyss? Wait, didn't they return to the castle already? Why would they be here? Are they running away? Oh. It seems our travel plans have been interrupted, Abyss. What? How? The magician's assistant and lucky audience member came back to life. Now this is true magic. With this crowd looking on, it would seem he's a fan of this new improvised ending. Let's go back. He's waiting for us. Go back? We can still run, Lucian. Come with me, the river's wide enough. He's far enough away. If you choose to flee now, he'll let you go. But fear will seep into your bones and torment you for the rest of your life. I'll go back to him, learn all of his skills, uncover his secrets, and destroy it all. For such is my wretched fate. Fate? Are you sure it's not just proof that you've become entranced with the trope with him once more? If this is the pain and despair he has given me, then I will become his fate. Somehow you've always understood him and his twisted aesthetics. Yet you never listened to me. Or maybe you never really wanted to escape. You spent far too long trapped in this nightmare. Fine then. I hope the Crimson Trope's Blood Diamond will grant the former friend one last favor. Don't chase me, don't come after me. Oh no. Let's part here, friend. We will meet again once this all falls to ruin. Whoa. At some point, the black creature appears inside the prop room, nimbly avoiding Moira's body as she goes over to Lucian. With his knees bent halfway and surrounded by mannequin parts scattered all over the ground, for once, Lucian doesn't perform the gesture of a proper gentleman's salute to her. To the cat. The lady is even more displeased by his actions. How dare! Look at the messy prop room around them. You haven't sung in a long time, Lucian. Apologies, Miss Christine. Did you hurry here as soon as you could? Flicks tails without comment. What a terrible scent. The Zala compelled you to use your arts, as well as skills you were so determined to abandon. You do know what sort of situation you've put yourself into, yes? Chaotic, disorderly, uncontrollable, like a ball of unruly yarn I've yet to sort out. If you wish to face him, even end him, as you are now, that is why I've come here, Miss Christine. Even when I stood up from the river as Shalem continued to sink below, my mind was already made. This is the performance I've repeated the most. I cannot refuse, nor do I want to. Not until the end comes true. Tragodia? Isn't it like a play on, like, tragedy? Or something? I'm not too sure, but, like, I wouldn't be surprised if it was. Fine. Perhaps you will become a monster. Listen, Lucian. Ooh, more cat. Lucian stays still and does not look up. The lady sighs and her azure eyes light up like never before. She shakes her tails and her body splits into two identical figures. It's like the god of wine? Is it? Interesting. One walks onto Lucian's shadow while the other remains sitting before him, staring. Both Miss Christine speak in a staggered pattern, like a strange duet. This way, she ensures Lucian will hear every word she says. To be honest, I much prefer Phantom. It implies nothing good, but it is a name you came up with yourself. Humans are so troublesome. Sometimes I miss the cafe where we met. Your emotions were much more complex and slovenly than they are now. But still far better than today, the bitterness of your obsession is making me want to sneeze. Go, meet him if you must. If you turn into a madman, I will devour all your emotions, no matter how hard they may be to swallow. If you cease to exist, I will haunt him and figure out to make his life miserable. It's like, mess with Phantom, mess with Lucian, and you will be in for a world of pain. Vengeance. After all, he can't do a thing to me. Break a leg, Phantom. Meow. Will he finally meet the man himself? Hurry, let me into the underground passage. Hey, did the storm blast your eyes blind? Do you have any idea how long I've been in this queue? Why, I ought to teach you a lesson. No pushing or shoving people. The passage can only fit 2 at a time, so don't clog up the entrance and leave space for those behind you. There's still time to get everyone in. Miss Stone, the plate's western paths and outer guardrails have been destroyed by the storm. If this keeps up, we won't be able to hold out for even in the engine layer. I've sent people to move supplies in, if we can survive this calamity. No, I'm sure we'll make it through. My guy is still holding onto the camera. Look at that. Miss Rutherford, you should hurry inside. The storm will tear your dress into shreds. So this is the wind she felt. Huh? What'd you say? Nothing. Didn't you go looking for a tip to discuss backdrop earlier? Where is she? She seemed to have figured something out and took off. I couldn't catch up to her. But we're supposed to be the adults in the face of catastrophes. Not one of us is as cool-headed and brave as her. Is that the guy who keeps spitting film rolls on your ops? Maybe. They do have the similar setup. Because she doesn't know what to fear is yet. Only by experiencing it, hoping through it, and getting crushed by it will she understand how idealistic it is to keep going. Is that not the difficulty and charm of film production itself? Don't tell me you want to finish shooting this damned movie even now. She does. She wants to experience the calamity for herself, just like Marianne did. Miss Stone, the supplies are all underground now, and most of the crew too. Thank you, Whodunit. You should hurry down yourself. Is there anything else? I asked around and no one's seen the director ever since we started approaching the storm. The stagehand in charge of the west side told me that the catastrophe destroyed not just the guardrails, but some buildings too. That's where Steven's studio is. Oh yeah, where is Steven? We haven't seen him around in a long time. Unlucky Bunny lives. Maybe we'll find out where he is now. Oh, it's the stage set. Look at that. But like the entire building's ripped off. The storm showers iridium dust all over the exquisite, dream-creating backdrop. In an instant, the only blackened skeletons of a dozen sets remain, slanted supports scattered all over the plate. Like a cage crushed into pieces. Lucian pays closer attention to the wind and brings more voices. Shouts and sobs, scolding and cursing, sincere prayers and subconscious wailing. The hands of fate and the play staged by nature will not allow everyone time to take their positions. Lucian walks into the ruins. He sees a figure that absolutely could not have shown up right here, right now. Oh! Look at that! Look at that staircase. What does that remind you of? A certain castle. Are they going to get a repeat by breathing in iridium dust storm? High chance. If it's in their lungs, goodbye. The catastrophe shows no respect for the dreams crafted by man, and the storm has removed Lady DuPont's manor from the scene, leaving only a grand staircase in its wake. Thick clouds lie low, but the stage lights still shine onto the steps from afar, turning turning the ruins into a stage. A middle-aged man slowly walks up the stairs. Wait, is that Steven? Oh! Wait! The mannequin? He tugs on a curtain torn apart by the storm, trying to restore its neatness and beauty. Finally, his efforts pay off as the dirt and dust fall off the cloth, revealing its original shade of red. He grips a bottle in his hand as usual, but is not at all a listless drunkard. He checks the stage right before the show begins. There is no one more dedicated to the work than him. Your habits haven't changed. Do you require assistance? It's almost time, Lucian. You came at the perfect moment. Who is this? I know. Not surprised. Should I be? Of course you wouldn't. There's no way for a character who has bowed out from the real death to return to the stage. But this is your play, where all sorts of miracles occur. This is where the show begins, where it should end as well. The playwright might remark on how ingenious this play has been handled. Or perhaps he should muse on how perfect it all is. Because once you push aside all the theatricality, this is what I look like when officially collaborating with you again, after so many years apart. Wait. Is this someone? Definitely someone he knows, but I don't know who. How's Abyss doing? Oh, my apologies. Are you more inclined to call him Shalem, I believe? They know! Traveling, gathering inspiration, disaster relief. In short, he won't be showing up here. Of course, the Crimson trope has long since ceased to exist, but I'm glad to see the both of you walk out from its haze. Who is this? Who is this? A new role, a new life, a new home. I see the company known as Rhodes Island has provided you many revelations. But you? Why have you come here, child? Is it the pink cat man in disguise? Like, I know he has a thing for hallucinations and whatnot. Should I not have? No. You are our most important individual now, as the curtains are about to fall on this new play. I'm already on stage after all. Of course. The marvelous scene we saw at the opening of this show was all thanks to you and him. Dalton personally handed you the weapon that would kill him, and his death raised the curtains on the story. And you witnessed it all through his eyes. Lucian, surely you felt something was off the moment you held the knife. Well, I was relieved to confirm it. I am also curious. Why did you swing that blade with zero hesitation? Once an actor takes the stage, anything unexpected must become part of the performance. Your lessons have been engraved into my mind, and nothing more. Rope leader. It is! Oh, there's his original form. Wait, what is this? What is this reveal? What is this transition? Long time no see, Lucian. Wow! We only finished 80-7! There's still so much more to read! Man! Okay. I feel like this might take another hour, but hey, listen guys, it's the weekend, I can stay up for a bit longer. Don't you worry. But I know a lot of you guys are probably tired, but it's okay. The slime will push through and I will finish the story. I don't want to continue reading this next stream, honestly speaking, so... There he is! The trope leader has revealed himself! The final boss. Literally. My deepest apologies for ruining the play. If you are referring to how you dealt with that Moira girl, then you owe me no apologies, Lucian. With your intellect, I can only assume you figured out the original ending of the story. An old case from 5 years ago, a catastrophe that arrives right on cue, both the storm and delayed the judgment rain down on this plate. The Zalak, who once stood outside the story, slowly walks to the center of the story and kills all those burdened with sin. Later, she comes to realize that everything she's done has been driven by delusion. She awakens, hollowed out, broken, and judges the last remaining soul, herself. And you? In the script, you are the messenger who happens to pass through, the insignificant newcomer to the cast. You are so far removed from the core conflict, yet, in the end, you become the one who ties all the threads together. The more unexpected the coincidence, the more shocking it is when the inevitable unfolds. This is the allure of drama, something you and I have experienced countless times. So you haven't ruined a thing. You merely added to the performance. Just like what you've done for the trope. I've suffered all manners of tragedy in my quest to find you. Naturally. The trope's mark at the auction was insufficient proof of my existence, I suppose. Thankfully. After all these years, death, or rather destruction, remains the plot device you wield so well, the ending you so cherish. Child, oh child, how I wish you could appreciate its beauty. Where's Moira, by the way? I think Moira was dealt with in the prop room, right? Or she kind of did go insane for, like, a while. Do I? I wouldn't say I appreciate it, but I am very familiar with it. I've acted in so many plays, I've killed so many people, my hands are drenched with blood. This is the education and training I received in my childhood, the life you instilled in me. You are my best student, Lucian. Before the climactic finale arrives, let us review the performance so far. You and I know this routine too well. The trope leader smiles and bows towards Lucian. His scepter, wrapped by his tail, points towards the approaching catastrophe clouds like a pen dipped in ink. A familiar scene unfolds before Lucian's eyes. He knows he can't refuse. No. This is what he came for. Lucian gives a slight nod. First, we have Dalton. We're doing a movie recap? Originally, this middle-aged actor who resembled nothing more than a walking corpse didn't feel the scene was all that significant. He offered up what little lucidity he could muster, summoned the last dregs of his acting instincts, reciting his few remaining lines, and held out until the director called cut, all to earn just enough for another night of drinking. He has never mourned the actress who died because of him, nor reminisced about his once spirited past. He was not even ashamed of his current sorry state. You manipulated him. Indeed. Without my intervention, he would have never taken upon himself to retrieve the swapped knife and deliver it to you. But I never commanded him to put his chest up to the blade. By the time you were acting opposite him, he was already fully awake, fully aware of the danger he was in. Lucian, your talent shines just as brightly in film as it did on the stage. Your performance awakened his memories, reminding him of how great of an actor he once was, of a time when he was immersed in his roles, expressing real emotions: joy, sorrow, fury, mirth. In that moment, the messenger slipped fully into character, while looming the threat of a financial ruin warped Sir DuPont's thought. He had to cover up the truth. He had to do whatever it took to kill the person before him, without pausing to think that his own blade might be turned on him. You were right there with him. You know better than anyone just how intense his fear and anger were in that moment. As his farewell performance, it was nearly perfect. Indeed, death's imminent approach did not frighten him. Instead, it ignited his competitive fire, which had long been dulled by drink. He performed with unrestrained zeal. It was exhilarating. Then there was Michael and Marion. The philandering actor and the shrewd costume designer were found hanging above their own set. Their own farcical romance laid bare for all to see. Their union was both shameful and absurd, a mess of indulgent desire, scheming ambition, mutual disdain, and mutual exploitation. There wasn't a trace of anything real about them, inside or out. That Michael, even his ears and tails were fake. We might be getting to Shelley soon. Just wait. Maybe. But we did skip the orders of the murders. Their deaths served no purpose, save for the giving that the camera assistant a juicy bit of gossip to peddle. But you, Lucian, you were at the scene. Even the cat could taste the lingering emotions left behind. When Moira knocked on that door, when the footsteps of death drew near, in that fleeting moment when there was no time to think, I'm sure you know what each of them did. Tear stains. What a fascinating detail. Tear stains lingered in the corners of his eyes. None of the three Rockefeller brothers had ever shown Lady DuPont such heartfelt emotions. That fireman's axe was originally meant for Marion, yet Michael shielded her from harm, exposing himself to the blade instead. Oh! In the last moments of their lives, that man and that woman, who up to that point had been attacking each other, instinctively protected each other. Really now? Okay. They confirmed their true feelings for one another. They still kind of liked each other in the end, even though it was kind of hella toxic. Although this, by itself, is not worthy of praise. You are correct, my child. However, the audience had already taken their seats. What did they expect to see in the illusion of light and sound? Ultimately, the schemers will end up with nothing, while the hedonists are devoured by their own desires, yes? Naturally, it's the neatest kind of story, just an excuse to trot out the well-worn platitudes. I think they were protecting themselves or something. Like, they didn't mention, like, they were fighting each other. I think that's what was insinuated. But then, out of instinct, they kind of shielded themselves and they just kind of got hit with each other's weapons, I think. They died to their weapons. Yeah. They would never imagine that flawed, unworthy love could be real and still turn heads. Just as those two never imagined that there would be a moment when they grew feelings for each other. Made possible by death? Made possible by death. Then, of course, there was Moira, the one I had the highest hopes for, before you showed up. Moira rebuilt her faith through another's death. Every detail about Laura was etched into her mind, her name, her eating habits, her unmistakable smile, her extraordinary life, her violent end, and the killers who still hadn't been brought to justice. Grief, anger, doubt, hatred, every emotion that rose within her set fire to a buried past and to herself. She directed this entire performance. Why do you insist to downplay your role in all of this? It was you who inserted that ad-libbing, forcing a past that did not originally exist in her mind, bringing Laura into her life. Yes, and what of it? Not guilty at all. Look at that. Look at her. She is dancing. You were her dance partner back then. You must have felt it. She isn't like the children of the Crimson Trope, who'd been receiving White Flowers training since they were young. When you look at her dancing, her physique, her tears, her smiles, she is acting out a version of life, or perhaps crafting a kind of truth, or perhaps she no longer has any constraints and can be whoever she wants to be. She will dance through countless people's lives, dithyramb unending until her mind and body can no longer bear the weight of those emotions. Just like a doll. Or maybe she will finally encounter you, or some other fool seeking truth. Or one night finally awaken from her dream and end her own life. Regardless of her ultimate fate, her soul will be rich and fulfilled. Regardless of her ultimate fate, she is already no longer just a nameless prop maker from the frontier, no longer a Zalak, with nothing and no one to hold on to. You're as talkative as ever, trope leader. It's been a long time since you've spoken about someone with such passion. Not since you, Lucian. I don't deny that I've exerted my influence on Moira. I encouraged her, just as I once encouraged you. My child, have you forgotten? If not for your thirst to perform, you would have died long ago. When that catastrophe drove you from your home, when you lost your parents, when you found yourself adrift in that towering castle among strangers, you said... What did he say? Only when I'm in character, on the stage, that's the only time my loneliness disappears. The only time I feel like I belong. You clung to that feeling and it kept you alive. You and Moira, you're both natural-born actors. You both create sorrow and joy from nothing, and use those emotions to survive. No one can ignore your brilliance. And for both of you, my two children, death shall be your teacher. Do you still remember when you hit that wall in your development? When you could not draw inspiration from anything, and you were unable to power your performance? That was when you thrust that Originium into your throat without hesitation. That's when you felt the grip of death, of your inescapable fate. It gave you fear, jealousy, sorrow, anger, shame, greed, emotions once foreign to you, and after witnessing all those things, your heart became a mirror. It fueled your desires to dismantle authority, your thirst for destruction. It gave you an endless night and a song that never ceases. It turned the unassuming Lucian into a gleaming blood diamond. My eternal moniker. Think of Dalton, child. Think of Michael and Marion. Think of Laura and Moira. Look at all these souls still struggling through the catastrophe, and look at yourself. You're right. Death is still the device I wield best, and the ending I've always favored. But I do not see death as destruction. It drives the mighty to disgrace themselves, the devoted to break their commandments, the pure to sink into filth, the heroic to commit treachery. It gives strength to the dejected, compels the silent to shout their ideals, draw real emotions from the self-absorbed, and frees the timid from their inhibitions. It shows the climbers the next foothold and gives the farsighted the courage to leap. It turns self-proclamation beacons into a real thing. It sows meaning and water flaws. It cultivates truth and fertilizes falsehoods. Man, this guy yaps a lot. It turns dying flesh into blooming flowers and engraves what would fade without a trace. It is agony without relief and overflowing inspiration. It is the drama's cause and consequence, its flesh and soul, and great force behind the creation, the law and tether that binds everyday ideology, every style, every exploration. You know how old he is when he yaps like this, right? It's probably been a couple of years since the trope kind of disbanded, right? Maybe? Or this was like after the fact. And my throat is getting dry. Oh my goodness. I've been sipping water this entire time. Ah! Okay. It is the appointed end where all things return to dust. Man, if this was all voice acted, how cool this would have sounded, you know? The trope leader turns to Lucian, the same smile that lingers on his lips. The wind and sand howl around them, but he remains unfazed. Child, death is also our chance to reunite. That's true, but but people said that this was shorter than the usual story lengths. Come on! What a shame, quite a monologue, yet such little applause. Yeah, you tell him, that was such a long monologue. Because I am the only one standing across from you, and the only one who ever could. Noise sounds from all directions, and Lucian listens intently. The catastrophe rages. Miss Christine lets out a low howl, something she would normally never do. Their newly acquainted companions scatter in panic, crying out for help in vain. As the trope leader said, death is unfolding on stage. What began with a few intense scenes has now taken over the entire production. That's true. This one's only 40k. You say death is our chance to reunite? I completely agree. So I won't waste this opportunity. If I may, I'd like to share a few thoughts of my own, now that you're finished with your analysis. After all, both you and I know this routine by heart. Is it Lucian's turn to yap? It might be. Oh. The storm snaps off a part of the scaffold, sending a shower of sparks, and a nearby rug catches fire, and the flames leap dangerously close to Lucian's side. But he does not even flinch. He stares intently at the person standing before him and removes his hat. Oh? Oh, it's my stream thumbnail. Oh, this looks good. All this time, ever since you reappeared, you haven't even mentioned the many times I've betrayed you. Why? Because that is unimportant. Because you are still you, child. Getting lost in madness and returning to clarity, leaving only to later return. After all the trials and tribulations, a hard-won reunion is all the more precious. In the end, time can forgive all grievances. Is that so? He looks so good in this. I used to think the Crimson trope was your quill, your canvas, and your trap. I thought that in this chaotic world, your audiences sought its solace in your performances. I thought you were omnipresent, and no one could escape your grasp. Which is why the plan that I, Shalem, and playwright came up with failed. Back then, I was a young, naive, and full of pride. We believed we had seen the trope for what it really was, but our carefully planned escape turned out to be just another act in your grand play. In the end, Shalem fled from you in fear, while I came to you. You returned to my side. That was the moment when you decided to learn all of my techniques. You resolved to learn everything you could about the trope, then use that information to destroy it. He knew his plan. Your plan was to use death to stop death, and use that destruction to stop destruction. White Flower, Blade Dance, Shadow, the teachers you once learned from all died by your hand. As did I. I remember my voice, wild and cracking with rage, and the sudden warmth that surged from your chest the moment the blade went in. I thought I had destroyed the Crimson Troop for good. And despite all that, I still failed. You didn't die. Because death is ever present and drama is eternal. Sorry, this might be a bit of a reach, but like, death is ever present? Like, I don't know, a certain snake comes up to mind. Eternal? Yes. But after that, I devoted even more time to studying your greatest works, even including myself. I wore down your eternity, as any slow-witted disciple might. And at last, I've arrived, once more stepping into your proud creation, a theater of tragedy, of art. Now, at last, the catastrophe has finished setting our final stage. Troop leader, my dear teacher, or perhaps I should call you Tragodia. The true name of Tragodia! I am going to destroy everything that is yours. Lucian unfastens the inhibitor at his throat. The exposed Originium crystal gleams, as if rejoicing at the song to come. He offers the troop leader a deep bow as the cloud behind him come crashing down. Ooh. Oh boy, what a start, and let's continue the after. The flickering lights of the ancient castle, the bloodied corpse of the teachers, the hollow wind in the darkness, forgetting all that was not difficult. Until one day, when Lucian, who has by this time become an assassin, had a dream. Oh, wait, that's the IS-2 ending, right? He's still in the old castle, still in that empty hall, sitting alone, singing under the lights, with all the former members of his troop standing behind him, as alive as ever. Child, we cannot truly erase our pasts. There will always be traces of them. Do you think I'm scared? No, I've simply finally confirmed that I've yet to fully tear out the ad-libbing you inserted into my life. In other words, you are still there. But you are correct. We cannot truly erase our past, and there will always be traces of them. So, to bring your story to an end, I've been walking the same path you once did, for all this time. I traveled across the entire land. Oh? Calais was a Gaulish border city. When the allied nations suddenly turned on them, Calais was thrown under siege, yet thanks to its powerful cannons and the general hailed as the imperial standard bearer, Calais held fast for months. The general stood atop the wall, refusing to sleep, refusing to give ground, with their banners still flying high. Even the wariest soldiers held the line. Until the unthinkable happened. The general's most trusted lieutenant opened the gates, a clear act of betrayal. The Emperor of Gaul had given up on Calais, as by then its fate was sealed. The imperial standard-bearer had refused to surrender out of honor, and the trusted lieutenant believed he had ought to stand by his general. After all they had braved so many life or death situations together over decades, he knew that holding the line would only lead to more bloodshed, that the city was doomed to become a graveyard. Perhaps the battle-worn soldier simply realized that although there was no perfect choice, there was a way that would allow him to atone for his sins. He persuaded the general, who had long since become exhausted, to take a 10-minute break. Then he seized his opportunity to open the gate. Before the allied forces could enter the city, he drove his sword through his own heart. That traitor ended up being the most tragic casualty of the war. But that is ancient history now, Lucian. So ancient that many of the details have been long lost to the rivers of time. But he still remembers it. Victoria, Lithuanian. I spent months traveling between more than a dozen cities across different nations, and at last, I found an aging vanguard on the brink of death. The guard had seen the towering flames of Calais with his own eyes. He had found the badge of the traitor's corpse, two faces turned away from each other, one smiling, the other weeping. We all know what that symbolizes, dear teacher. I suppose you made other discoveries as well. Oh? Are we... looks like Laterano. Oh, it is. Even early in Laterano. Over 200 years ago, a brilliant cardinal was struck down by a gun knight in the plaza in the front of the basilica. He was intelligent and compassionate, known as the Sancta closest to the Lord. At just 30 years old, he was already widely regarded as the Pope's heir apparent. But then he changed. He grew radical, unyielding, unwieldy. He started preaching, rallying followers, reaching out to foreign envoys, all in an attempt to check the Pope's authority. Until the situation deteriorated into a religious coup that threatened the entire city-state, the Pope was critically wounded and the gun knights were deployed. That would be the usurper became the only cardinal in history of Laterano to die in the coup. No one knows what exactly happened to him. At some point in one of the Ecclesia Requiem, he had the chance encounter with a passing feline. But of course, that is hardly a lead worth chasing. Man, this trope leader just been like walking around, just sprinkling seeds everywhere, like planting delusions in everyone maybe. I don't know. He been causing messes left and right. For us to clean up, I don't know. He must have taken some effort for you to uncover all of this. Indeed, it was quite troublesome. I merely offered the Sancta a bit of truth. He was already terminally ill, if you know. Unlike the incompetent Pope, who only knew how to interpret scriptures, his own zealousness knew no bounds, and limited time he might have not been able to put his ideals into practice, to hear the church bells ring in the new era. But in truth, the moment the cardinal struck down the Pope, he came to his senses. He realized that death had never caught up with him at all. His sudden clarity only plunged him deeper into madness. Faced with the ruin he had wrought, did he choose to walk willingly into the gun knight's sight? A microcosm of political tragedy from which many of the trope's plays took root. Quite a pity, isn't it? Can you hear my voice cracking? Man, was he here too? Iberia. It was during the glorious Golden Age, the lighthouses lit as an approaching ship, only for people to discover it carrying nothing but whispering winds from the ocean's depths. Ticket stubs stamped with the image of the twin faces were scattered across the deck as they drift along the ships in silence. I've been drinking this entire time, but I think I'm getting sick of water. The lost sailors sing, inside a young fowl to pick the fruit of pain. Oh, where are we now? Oh, Lithanian, okay. Amidst the spires of Lithanian, ancient arts recorded the noble's lament and desperate cries. Exile an infant to arrive a joyful death. An encampment covered in thick snow. Weeds walk their own path. Oh, we're kind of in Sami now. Oh, the city in the depths of the sand. Pepe's event. I don't remember what this place was called, to be honest. Through tears and falsehoods and riddles, he leaves the bed of withered flowers. And we're back. This burning stage. You are everywhere. I followed the path you once walked. I crossed the lands, encountering all manner of people, unearthing all manner of secrets, until at last, buried in ancient tomes and tangent rumors, I uncovered your name. Tragodia. However, the legendary Tragodia is a god beloved by the people. He wears a crown of grapevines. He is both intoxicated and intoxicating. He bestows joy and grace. Wait, isn't this literally the god of wine then? Actually. Wait. He greets the farmers as they bring in their yearly harvest, guiding them from the wilderness to civilization through revelry and celebration. But the true god of wine is a deceitful caster, a performer, an ascetic, a schemer, a firebrand, a phantom drifting through the currents of history. A phantom. A long-lived that defies definition. He claps. Your perseverance astonishes me, child. Even more so than the painstaking devotion you once showed in your performances. And yet, when you look back at the path I've taken, shouldn't that be enough to affirm the purposes I've been chasing? As human affairs faded into obscurity, I found and built what I came to see as the ultimate vessel for beauty, the theater. I've lived long enough to see the very concept of theater become obsolete. At last, after tasting both joy and sorrow, I came to understand the precise conditions under which the most fervent emotions bloom. I founded the trope through which I taught this knowledge to you. Oh, really? That contradicts what I've learned from my research. Hasn't death always walked by your side? The grand theory of yours about death and destruction was never the result of the hard-won insight. You simply believed in it and saw it in the beauty, and so did theater. Let's set aside for the moment the brilliance of depravity of human nature that emerges in times of desperation and turn to some more fundamental questions. From Laterano to Gaul to Iberia to Sargon, from the castle to this catastrophe-stricken land, you've directed so many performances that shook the soul. So why have you allowed them to be lost to history? You don't want them to be remembered? You exalt the irrational and unpredictable, so why must every story have the same ending? Ruin. They are talking so long at an incoming storm. By the way, it's still... Yeah, they're yapping for so long. Imagine them yapping. Like, this is already like 20 plus minutes. 30 minutes. Well, what do you think the answer is, child? Tell me. Because it makes everything and everyone unverifiable, both within the theater and beyond. Because it grants you authority, lets you justify yourself, and turns your so-called beauty into the only possible resolution? Oh? Oh. Oh, finally! We got to know where Steven is! Will they be able to break Cal's record of yap? Not too sure. You tell me, Choo Choo. Does it break the record? If you're still alive, say something. Greta? Steven, you're alive? You really did lock yourself up in your office. What happened outside? It's too much to explain right now. In short, the entire plate is on collision course with the catastrophe and everyone else has evacuated to the power deck. Are you alright? Yeah, something's wrong. The ceiling came down on my leg. I can't move. Oh no! I'll rescue you. Spare. Damn it, that broken column has sealed the door shut. It's really heavy. Just wait a moment. Stay with me. Keep talking. Miss Stone, only now do I understand that I am in no way, shape, or form a genius. He's lamenting. That God came to see me. He hasn't abandoned me. He's shown me a new way of thinking. Actually, he's always been teaching me. I like to think I make good use of my characters' deaths and every desperate situation to nourish my studies, my stories. I did try that, after all. The death of Lady DuPont. Why else would it be called that? Laura from 5 years ago, and now Dalton, Shelley, Michael, Marion. Each of their deaths was steeped in drama, vivid, poignant, and all too real. Those fragments are like autumn leaves, crimson as blood, and scatter everywhere. Each one is enough to stain the blank canvas of my mind in vivid color. But still, I can't write an ending that satisfies me. I still haven't figured out what kind of scene Lady DuPont's death ought to be. In the middle of a catastrophe? Come on. If death and destruction are the way to the god of theater, if they are the skills a true genius of the theater must master, well, I mean, I've never been able to learn them. I'm just a worthless hack. Oh no! Wait, hold up, Stephen. Hold that thought. For the love of Whodunit, how can you be so stupid? Stephen, the script auctions are anonymous. You know that, right? Dalton, Abner, everyone in the crew has been shaped by what happened 5 years ago. I brought them together on purpose, but you were one exception. When I approved the outline for the script, I had no idea it was written by you. I simply felt from the bottom of my heart that the story of Lady DuPont, a woman trapped by her brother's lies, and a need for control and tormented by the desires of the 3 so-called suitors, was worth my vote of approval. I knew she'd be a great protagonist for an amazing story, whether she lived or died. I have never doubted my own vision. He doesn't doubt anymore after that one incident. Hey, say something. What are you getting all melodramatic for while I'm out here hauling rocks? So it turns out I just don't agree with. What are you saying? Ugh, Sagitt. So it turns out I just don't agree with the god's method. Oh, finally we free him. There we are. There we are. I did it. This place is about to collapse. I'll help you. Come on. Come on. Upsy daisies we go. And off we go to safety. No. She told a story of herself in the past. That before she sold all of her assets to convince the judges, right? During that one part of the story. But then she lost all credibility in the industry after that because the judges called her out for it. Wait, Miss Stone? What now? Greta helps hold Stephen steady as they both come to a stop. He looks to the side. There's a wall. Only half of it still standing. Faint remnants of vivid graffiti stands out harshly against the grimy, dim surroundings. It is the giant promotional mural Tippy had painted for the crew, and by some stroke of luck, the title card remains unscathed amidst all the wind and flying debris. The death of Lady DuPont. Stephen raises a blood-stained arm and with considerable effort wipes away the first 3 words. Oh? The first 3 words? What 3 words is it? So, the death of? So, is it just Lady DuPont? Not death? My god, it's beautiful. Not even the most imaginative set designers in Rankwood could have created a scene like this. Who's to say that the ending of a film shoot under the shadow of a catastrophe isn't in fact the most fitting conclusion of all? This isn't just a publicity stunt. I'm finding myself more and more impressed by Greta's resolve. Alright, that's enough of that. Let's get back to the power deck. It's way too dangerous out here. Guys, the storm is coming. Hey, Melanie, leading lady, where are you going? Have you gone mad? Abner, you, all of you, never really believed this leading lady could make a comeback with this film, did you? You don't even think we'll finish filming it. Honestly, I feel the same. I mean, we don't even have the ending figured out yet, and this whole plate is about to collapse. Keep shooting, don't stop! Exactly! But that doesn't mean you have to die for it, does it? You're taking the gamba, the risk. Oh! Storm clouds, okay. The catastrophe is closing in. The howling winds is nature's roar, its fury written across the face of the clouds. But Melanie still walks forward to face it. That would be very sad, Beefy. Oh, look at that CG. Whoa. Who said I have a death wish? Who says Lady DuPont has a death wish? Who says Lady DuPont is meant to die under her brother's oppression, felled by the swords of the three Rockefellers, at the hands of those onlookers who sought to curse her, humiliate her, drive her out? Must death be a symbol? She should instead, on a night no one could have foreseen, walk straight into a storm, just as wild as chaotic as this one, leaving that prison of a castle behind. She shall not perish because this storm is the chariot that will lead her to her freedom. You must have realized, Abner, that on my journey, I've always regarded Marianne as my imaginary enemy, yes? Yeah. But I know I'll never catch up to her. She was a true genius, born to inhabit any role she was given. Even fate itself seemed to orchestrate one final catastrophe just so she could exit this business in a blaze of brilliance. And I'm nobody special. An ordinary woman from a small town who traveled to Rankwood and worked her way up role by role, film by film, for over a decade, gaining experience and recognition. That's why I cared so much about seniority, status, etiquette, the aspect of film set culture that so many scoff at, because that sort of recognition is the reward I deserve as an ordinary person. This land is quite cruel to ordinary people, Abner. Marianne's retirement gave me the chance to step into the spotlight, but it took only a single slip-up for me to lose everything I'd gained along the way. My acting skills have fallen off a cliff, my reputation is shambles, I've tried everything I could think of, but I just couldn't seem to get it back. It's ridiculous. I never wanted to admit this, but it's true. If Marianne hadn't retired, I never had caught up to her. Obsession. Blind obsession. Yeah, she seems to be, like, comparing herself with her. Like, oh, I'm so ordinary. Oh, she was the true genius. And right this very moment, this catastrophe is destroying the entire plate along with my last hope. But couldn't you say fate is smiling upon me? At least I finally have the courage to let go of my inhibitions and the courage too. At least I finally mustered the courage to take this first leap. Come to me, Lady DuPont. Come with Melanie Rutherford and dance together with the catastrophe. Even if no one is filming us. That's crazy. He broke free. What are you still doing here, Abner? Are your cameras rolling? Check your camera. You didn't turn it on, did you? What do you mean? What if I'd gotten swept away by the storm? What if your camera had accidentally captured my death, just like before? The last thing I want is to belittle your work, and to force you to once again resent the tool of your trade. You know, Abner, I always thought you were dumb. Hey, what would you know? The footage you accidentally recorded back then at least stands as irrefutable evidence ensuring that a girl named Laura wouldn't vanish from this land without a trace. Although I couldn't say if that's enough meaning for it to meet your exacting standards. He just cursed. I am an idiot. This dream-making machine was only made in the first place because people wanted more eyes to see the land with. How long can you hold, Melanie? Just the two of them filming. Crazy. I hope I don't break this thing. Let's finish filming. Can you see them? Can you hear them? Those still fighting to survive the catastrophe. Nothing ever truly comes from nothing, not even the most wondrous of art, and it is never the death that suddenly awakes the lost and steals the timid. They always had it in them. So answer my question, Tragodia. Are you attempting to remind me that death would simply end the story? This performance? That there would be nary a trace left after the curtain falls? That I will have, objectively speaking, escaped any and all scrutiny and criticism of my work? Whoever end up editing those tapes will be so confused, right? It's like, what's the plot here? It's like, we have a normal set and then a destroyed set by the end of this for the final act. That I am a thin-skinned artist? You really did find an interesting angle, Lucian. Perhaps what you say is right, but how are you going to change the ending that has already been written? That child, Tippy, really did adjust the path of the mobile plate using only techniques she picked up from watching film reels. He knew! Now would be able to make it work. Just give it to her. But the shift in its trajectory was insufficient. Nearly half the plate remains on a collision course with the storm. Whoa. Lucian, you faced a catastrophe when you were young. You should know that one of that scale will destroy everything on this plate. Lucian gently strokes the crystals on his throat. I haven't sung since releasing the inhibitor. Oh? What's he doing? Singing. It is Blood Diamond's song. The song that once lit up countless stages before dying out amidst the darkness of that old castle. Today it echoes once more. The sound passes through the cracks in the ruins and the catastrophe itself, ringing clearly in everyone's ears. Singing with such total devotion? No. It seems that dreams can also be used as barriers. This is the first time I've ever seen you use your arts in reverse, Lucian. Oh shoot, but he's using it against the catastrophe. That's like kind of bad, isn't it? Sing, Lucian, sing! Are you trying to protect everyone with the voice that once brought pain to yourself and disasters to others? Are you trying to face this catastrophe alone? Alone? No, you're here with me. Hold your scepter steady, Tragodia. From the moment I rose from that river and walked back to your side, from the moment I returned to the trope and stood before you once again, I have only ever had one motivation. At the climax of every tragedy, there is always a fierce, cathartic battle, be it inside a palace, atop a tower, or beneath this ever-shifting sky. Let us finish this drama where the student kills the teacher. And they fight! Utae! Utae! My favorite student, my best actor. Everything that is headed for destruction shall serve as your backdrop. I am so glad you can enjoy this moment. Even I can't help but be swept away in it. I've forgotten all other matters. Ooh, whoa, he duplicated. But you should know that killing a long-lived is meaningless. Oh, what's going on? You just told me I found an interesting angle. But it's not interesting, far from it. You aren't a thin-skinned artist. You've just been left with no other choice. It is not us who needs to die, not the audience, not the common folk bound by the laws of ordinary reality. It's you, Tragodia. You've walked through history, you've founded the trope, you've created dreams from darkness, you've fed both me and Shalem with despair, you've drawn in lost souls one after another and lashed actor after actor. You taught us to feel pain, to learn evil, to be stained with blood, to sing destruction. You taught us to dress for the stage, to wear a mask in life, to believe in what you called rebirth. You built the story and drew in the audience. You chose that Lateran cardinal, that Gaulish general, White Flower, Blade Dance, Shadow, Dalton, Shelley, Moira. You've chosen a million Lucians with which to bring about death. You've exhausted its form, crafted its style, and perfected its meaning. Because it is all so far away from you. Ooh! So far away. Long lived, death is the one shore you will never reach. Director. Death is the one performance you can never take part in. Tragodia. Death is the one art you will never embody. All of your aesthetics, your insights, your experiences, everything you pushed us to pursue has done nothing for you in the end. I once thought this brought you joy, but your sorrow has always outweighed your sense of accomplishment. If you yourself are the theater, then your very existence is a paradox. The ending is nigh, isn't it? Do you feel resentful or helpless? Do you find this funny or confusing? Or have you simply ignored it? Have you never felt the same pain that I have? Tragodia is uncharacteristically silent, his eyes fixed on the face in front of him that is lost in emotion. Lucian shouts loudly. The raging storm does not even distort his voice, even in the slightest. He sings and chants while the Originium crystals creep visibly along his neck. Where is Miss Christine in this? Does it hurt, child? Yes, of course it hurts. If you keep using your arts without restraint, it will kill you, child. Are you jealous? Tragodia being long-lived, maybe he seeks death. That's why he's seeking death. Experiencing death. Through others. Perhaps, but your performance really is moving. Lucian responds to Tragodia with even greater fervor. His surging emotions give him newfound strength, and at last he seizes the upper hand in their clash. In an instant, he plunges the scepter into Tragodia's torso. Oh. His own weapon! Stabs right into him! Pain is my blade, and at last I have driven it into the one who caused my pain in the first place. You. Oh. The curtain must fall on every performance. Cycles will not help shape our so-called destiny. Child, I've just gained new inspiration. This story deserves to be continued. Did he do it? Did he do the stabby stab? The plate beneath their feet is swaying and shaking, but it is starting to stabilize. People start to poke their heads out from the ruins and look at the receding disaster. They can hardly believe the catastrophe they have just experienced. Hundreds of broken masts drop to the ground as Tragodia slowly falls to his feet. Lucian is sure that he has pierced Tragodia's heart and completed his grand murderous drama. However, he also notices a change in himself. Wait, he just changed outfits! Hold up a second! Now he is Tragodia. These clothes, the scepter, this crown. Have you given me new ad-libbing? New drip. I pass on new drip to you, disciple. The silver white hem of his robe flutters in the wind, brushed by the grains of sand. Yet spotless as ever, Lucian silently studies the elegant garment. It is flamboyant and exquisite and fits him perfectly, as if it had been tailored just for him. He could walk into any festival or onto any stage in it, and it would suit him perfectly. It is as if this is the catastrophe's gift to him, his reward for slaying his teacher. The theme of this murder was clearly betrayal, yet at the last moment it became a passing of the torch? Imagine 1 minute of him transforming into Sailor Moon. Oh no! Lucian is silent. The fallen Tragodia has disappeared. Where he once lay, there is only blood and his mask. The dark carpet extends upwards along the steps without end. This is the path he was meant to walk, and it is now free of all obstacles. These thoughts spring to Lucian's mind from nowhere. Boy, oh boy, look at all those masks. So he climbs the stairs without lowering his head or looking back. Just then, he hears Tragodia's voice. Lucian, you are the finest actor in the land. You have honed your craft well, and you use your powers of reasons to grasp hold of the mask of emotions. You know very well my origins, so it should be clear to you that you have not ended me by merely killing me. You shouldn't pin your hopes on a scene that was once performed in an ancient castle. Or is it that you were certain that I would think this way and make this choice? Huh. It's all so interesting. Maybe you were right. Death is the one shore I will never reach, the one performance I will never take part in, and the one art I can never embody. Oh, look at him standing at the top of the staircase there. Seems like he's alive, maybe. Like, subconsciousness. I don't even know how that works. Maybe you were right. Okay, yeah, I read that. I've been yapping for like nearly 5 hours, guys. There's still one more story note to go through. I'm too lazy to read it out loud, so I'll just like read it in silence. My voice. Maybe no stream tomorrow. I don't know. Weeds walk their own path. Through tears, falsehoods, and riddles, he leaves the bed of withered flowers. He writes his epitaph into the stirring dust, waiting for the day when he gazes upon it. Death or destruction is the greatest gift you could ever give your teacher. But have you considered that you are now reject, and what I've left behind is only one of theater's countless possibilities, one of many ways beauty can be defined? And therefore, that what you've just killed was one but one of my thousands of existences? Go on. Life rushes by, but the theater endures. The theater will never perish, the aesthetics will always change, so therefore, I will always stand at the pinnacle of everything. The theater cannot be killed. I can only redefine it. Replace one theater with another. Overthrow old aesthetics with new. I can become the new one and the new you. That's why he became Tragodia. If that is the only possible fate for the two of us, then I accept it. You see, Lucian? Once again, we've entered into a tacit agreement. Haha. Continue forward, climb to the highest point on the stage. You shall wear the crown of performance. You shall wield the scepter of inspiration. You shall wear the years of performing and being performed. This process will only add to your pain, but you must accept it. Child, you shall walk from here with both my blessings and my curse. I have fulfilled the promise I made to you when we first met. I will never be an obstacle to you, or an obstacle to theater. This is my final gift to you. How much further can you walk? What other answers can you come to? Tragodia. That was such a long walk up. Look at that. It's like it's literally a red carpet up. Lucian does not answer, and the sound finally stops. He stands at the top of the stairs. The storm is far away now, and the blood trails behind him. He loves this desolate scene. He loves the unformed arts in his body, and he stretches out all his pain. Then the new Tragodia sings his song. Wow, that was long. Oh my goodness. Okay, I'm almost done. I hope this is the end. This is gonna be the end, guys. Another 30 minutes, maybe? It's already 12:23, but I still have time. It's the weekend. It's a Saturday. I'll go sleep after this. A whole new world. Oh, 2 months later. Columbia outskirts. Oh, I guess they captured Molly for all the murders that she did. I mean, Moira, sorry. Molly, you've lost so much weight. I did spend 2 whole months in bed. Oh wait, never mind. I guess so. I went looking for you. Once the plate stopped, when I saw the medics carrying you out, all covered in blood, you weren't moving. I thought you were dead. His singing voice is terrifying. Oh right! That's what happened to her. They were in a scuffle and then Lucian started to sing and then she was like, oh no, pain, and then collapsed. I think that's what happened. But he only wanted to stop me. He didn't want to kill me. It definitely wasn't a coincidence that he bumped into Greta at the auction. Like she said, he had another motive to join the film crew. ASMR damage. And what was that? He was looking for something that exists. Something that's always with us. Even though we know nothing about it. Okay. I knew he was a mysterious dude, but now I'm even more confused. But forget about him. Oh, Tippy, sweet summer child. It's okay, she doesn't need to know. I'm sorry for taking so long to see you. Mostly because they make it a real pain to file a visitation application for this place. I know, Tippy. But I used you and caused others to misunderstand you. Lucian was right. I was ignoring the truth in my hands. In the final moments of madness, I didn't even think of you. Listen to me, Molly. No matter what you went through, no matter what your goal, you hurt the people who were by our side practically 24/7. You're a criminal, and I won't ever forgive you for that. But that doesn't mean I can't also miss the times we would just crash on the sofa to watch horror flicks, just the two of us. Wasn't that fun? Wasn't that, like, real? Yeah. When I was stuck in bed, my wounds hurt so bad I couldn't sleep. I kept recalling everything that happened. The whole night would pass, but only my pain was real. Honestly, it doesn't matter how absurd a story gets, or if we're all puppets in the fate or whatever. It's not like I never had a choice. No, Moira, I don't want our Yuri to end in doom. We're still latching on to this hope. If only I'd focused more on the movies we were watching, instead of thinking about the truth I thought was real, hatred, madness, blood, and puppets. I'm sorry, Tippy. If I'd met you earlier, maybe you wouldn't have even needed Laura. The final day of your trial is in 2 days, right? I talked to a few lawyers, and it seems like... Yeah. Don't let my ending bother you. The warden's nice here. He let me stay in the prison's logistics department during the last few days to make stuff the prisoners can use. I'm not living like I was before, merely waiting in vain for the finale. Good, good. You're almost out of visiting time, so let's talk about happier stuff. What happened to the movie we all shot together? Yeah, what happened with that? Oh, Columbia, Central Rankwood. 1 day ago. They are still alive. Good, good, good. Nervous, Steven? A bit. Relax. We shot that ridiculous finale, and then it went to editing, color grading, and music production. Everyone did their best to complete production in only 2 months. I'm glad we agreed on the title change, Steven. It feels Mansfield? Maybe not. Mansfield feels a bit rough. I should be thanking you again for your final performance inside the catastrophe. Otherwise, deleting those 3 words would have been nothing but pretentious navel gazing. Lady DuPont is by no means as attention-grabbing as the death of Lady DuPont. But let Greta worry about the marketing. There is no doubt in my mind that our new title suits the story best. Alright, I'll handle it. I'll get Lady DuPont into theaters, then visit a police station to do what I have to do. To hand herself in, I guess. Pinch me, I'm not seeing things, am I? Pinch you? Just snap your shutters already. This is going to go to the front page tomorrow. How did the niche AGFF attract such a distinguished guest? How much did the organizer spend? How many years has it been since Marianne Blake showed up at Rankwood? Oh, Marianne! She here! Grandma Jara! Been a while, Tip. Grandma, she calls her Grandma? Oh, judging by your outfit, let me guess what your role in this was. Script supervisor, prop master, stunt woman, some kind of future furniture city warrior. Background painter, of course. I've been in this crew for half a year and was even selected to join Rankwood's studio plate restoration project last week. The plate our crew rented got totally wrecked by the catastrophe, so the boss put me in charge of design work once it's rebuilt, and I've been like so busy. I told you before, didn't I? I love movies, every last part of them. And now I finally found what my favorite part is. So you don't plan on going back? You think that you can keep shielding me from the old man? Tip, your grandfather may be an old friend of mine who used to be my finest partner in the industry, but that doesn't mean he'll let me tell him how to raise his grandkids. Just tell him this the next time you have tea with him. Ahem. We're all retired, aren't we, old chap? Why waste our time worrying about the little things? I know Tip didn't use any of your contacts, nor did she follow your plan to become a historical film director. But isn't she living it up in Rankwood? So her grandfather was like a super famous director or something? Okay. Who knows? Half the backdrops in town might be spray painted by your granddaughter one day. Alright, I recorded all that. I'll play it for him next time we meet. Aw, Grandma Jara. Fine, fine. I might not have the time to see your grandpa the next time in Colombia. Oh yeah, didn't you go all the way to Rim Billiton for some fresh air? Did you come back for Ryan Lab stuff? Too many questions, Tip. Once the screening's done, I have to head over to Max DC to see the Vice President. So at least let me have a chat with an old friend, will you? Long time no see, Marianne. Just call me Jara. After so many years away from the silver screen, Marianne sounds like a stranger's name to me. Either way, I have to thank you, Jara. I'm sure you know that given my current reputation, I don't have much of an influence in the industry anymore. So without your help, the AGFF would never have allowed Lady DuPont as a late submission. It was my pleasure. Though, I must say, I had no idea that Tippy was actually. I would have helped you with or without her. I just watched the part with the catastrophe and felt it'd be such a pity to let the audience miss out on the actress's performance, but I thought I'd do an old friend a favor. But even if Lady DuPont gets free marketing at AGFF, that doesn't always translate into box office numbers. Melanie, you know better than I that if Rankwood were a person, he would be the most forgetful and least tolerant person there is. There's no guarantee that he'd accept the lover running back into his arms. Besides, you did destroy an entire plate. Even if the film's a smash hit, you might not make enough to pay for the damages. At least I did it. I have no regrets. But rather than mulling over all that, I'd like to ask you a question. Go ahead. When you encountered a catastrophe while shooting the Eternally Shining Star, the camera caught you as the storm nearly missed you. Was it just an accident, like you said at the press conference, or did you also move towards it of your own will? Just like she did. Is the question to that still important to you even now? Haha, no. It sure is hard to say if I really did beat you in the end. The splendidly dressed female lead laughs heartily before every camera in the room, though she does not even know what she is laughing at. After a long time, she opens her arms towards her former rival, the genius she always thought she could never catch up to, the one she had always exchanged polite greetings with camera for a hug. And it returned in kind. Let's head in. Movie screening, maybe? Oh. Melanie Rutherford as Lady DuPont. Michael as the three Rockefellers. Dalton as Sir DuPont. Lucien as the messenger. Any more credits? Producer Greta Stone, director Stephen Quay, coordinator Shelley, art department Carl, Bob, Tippy, Jirocho, production Abner, Leo, costume Marion, Moira, stage department Hodden. There's so little people in the theater. Oh, look, it's Tragodia. It's over? Yep. Thoughts on the film? I heard about what happened behind the scenes, the murders, the catastrophe, even the project management was a mess. So before I sat down to watch it, I thought the film couldn't possibly live up to all of that, but an absurd noble's marriage breakdown ending with a catastrophe, the plot twist made sense, but so many of the characters were just bizarre. It's hard to say if it's good or bad, but it's a lot to chew on. Same, to be honest. Story aside, the production was pretty controversial. Like, the cinematography is inconsistent at times. At the first part was shot meticulously like a serious historical drama, but it becomes rougher and rougher towards the end, especially the catastrophe scenes, where it totally filmed like a documentary. It's definitely going to be polarizing, but fans will rate it higher while the haters are going to hate it. That's what it makes it interesting, isn't it? Rankwood's been getting more and more boring over the years, and that goes for AGFF films too. But this one? I'd buy a ticket to Lady DuPont. Let's see what the director and cast have to say during the post-screening round table. Oh yeah, I heard that unlucky-looking gal from the front worked on it too. Yeah, maybe a cult following for this movie. Ooh boy, my luck is awful. Oh no. After a month of applications, I finally landed a spot as their last stagehand. But then all that happened the moment I arrived on set. I lost so much sleep after running into those corpses. And even if it weren't for the insomnia, I wouldn't have kicked the wall with all my might. With all my mind all messed up and a broken leg when I was trying to follow everyone down to the safety when the catastrophe came near. And if I didn't break my leg, I wouldn't have missed my bus and missed the first half of the screening. The unlucky stagehand mutters to herself as the credits roll, as she recalls her experience and cannot help but feel sorrowful about it all. Even the images on the screen feel strange to her. The familiar faces and scenes have all been assembled in a way she cannot understand. Just like her topsy-turvy life. Then she spots her name at the end of the credits. Stage department, Houghton. No matter how the hands of fate may change, it will eventually leave a line, a truth you believe in. Oh? Wait, there's Shalom, there's Playwright, and there's Tragodia. There's Phantom. It's over. Aren't you taking part in the post-screening roundtable? When are we ever going to get Playwright as a playable character? Can we have that, please? I'm not with them, besides, the two of you are here. Huh, true enough. Yes, it was wonderful. Be it the film itself or otherwise. Lucien. Is he dead for good this time? Or is he still alive somehow? I'd have to think about that. But all you need to know, Shalom, is that you don't need to worry about the shadows from the past invading your dreams, even when you're on Rhodes Island ever again. And Playwright, you may write scripts as you wish, any topic, any style. The Crimson Trope is no more, you two are free. And you? You just said you'd have to think about his ending, which means you're stuck on the path, correct? Rama never dies. So, is the one sitting beside me right now no longer Blood Diamond, but Tragodia? It sounds like you've paid a heavy price, Lucian. I wouldn't say so. If our previous attempts at escape or revenge were just scripts for us to follow, then now we can finally step into the future. I will travel again, sing and perform, until I am certain that what I create manages to match my joy and pain. Go to Talos too. Imagine if he becomes like a famous like actor or something over there, but under a different name. Not Tragodia, maybe. I don't know. It could be a new trope or a new proposition, new adventures and new stories, or a more dazzling tomorrow, a more tragic truth. Hey, Shalem. We're all buddies here. Would you like to lend him a hand? Lucian, are you sure about this? Of course. Those who've lost themselves in their haste, the ascetics who've closed off their senses and their selves, the lay people who trudge through both high and lows, and the creatures who chew on their pain. Their land has never lacked for actors. Ooh, close-up shot. Hold up a second. Just take a screenshot. He has the hand pose. So I welcome you both to join the trope. The new one, not the crimson trope. The new trope. Is that it? Oh my goodness, I'm finally done. Oh my god. Oh, my voice, my throat. I don't think I can consume any more water. This is a lot, honestly. But yeah, that's it for Rankwood Act or Die story. Oh geez, that took like 5 hours to complete. I guess an additional like 2 hours or so from last stream. So in total, this whole story took about like 7 hours or something to just go through. That's crazy. Anyway, that story is pretty good. I really like the murder mystery part. Just like trying to figure out who done it. And at the end, finally a bit of closure for Phantom, or should we say Lucian's story with who he was chasing after. But yeah. I am going to take a break from reading from now. My throat is very dry, but I don't want to consume any more water because my stomach is full of water and I'm just like, man, this feels uncomfortable. 40k words, was it? It's still a lot, to be honest. It's still a lot. Ah, my voice is cracking. Okay, but yeah, that's it. Thank you for those of you who stuck around and just listened to me yap for like literally 5 hours. But I hope you enjoyed that. Sorry for all the little voice cracks and all the little flubs here and there. But I did enjoy the story. But for next stream, I guess the next Arknights stream would be when the EX stages come out, so see you then. But for tomorrow, I don't know if I'll be streaming, but we'll see how my voice fares after I sleep. Maybe I need some cough syrup, I don't know. But we'll think about it. It's been 5 hours, Violet. It really has. My goodness. Yeah, it's on the shorter side, but still long. Hello, Shangri. Yeah, you've reached the end of stream unless you've been lurking this entire time. Tea and honey? Yeah, maybe. Actually, do I have honey in the kitchen? Maybe I do. I'll just have to dig around. Ginseng tea. I think I have this like cough syrup that might soothe the throat that I might just have, but we'll see how that works out. But yeah, I'll see you guys maybe tomorrow. Maybe we'll do a doodle stream. Maybe we'll just have some fun, chill, relax, and maybe I just won't talk as much because my throat is just like, I don't want to talk anymore, okay? I'm done for the night. Okay, good night. enjoy the rest of the day, everyone, or good night if it's late for you, because it is nearly 1 a.m. for me. So, see you later. Bye! Thank you! See you next stream!